record in the case of People versus Linda Stermer. All are present except for the jury. Any matters to address before we bring them in?
Yes, Your Honor, you can approach.
You may. Counsel, before we bring in the jury, the record should reflect that we do have 15 jurors here, 3 to be excused when the time comes because of some confusion between the court rule and statute on the number of alternates allowed and whether there's a 14 cap. There's also the case of People versus Missouri, 100 Mishap 310, a 1980 case. But in any event, parties all agreed that 3 alternates would be appropriate due to the length of the trial. Is that a correct statement?
That is an accurate, correct statement, Your Honor.
Agreed? Okay, thank you. We will bring in the jury. Everyone, welcome back. Ms. Siderby? Or Mr. Blair, I'm sorry. Sir, you can come on.
We're easily confused.
Yes.
See how that
As I've said before, you look so much alike.
Yes, easily confused. We will recall Scott Leroy to the witness stand.
Sir, I'll swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And microphone near your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Leroy, let's go ahead and, if we can, kind of recap yesterday, just summarize very briefly. We were talking about determining the area of origin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we were going through your various hypotheses as to what may have been the area of origin at the Stermer residence. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And we had already disproved, it sounds like, two of your hypotheses as far as areas of origin from yesterday. Do you recall that?
Let me just object. Waive it.
I didn't use the word disprove, I eliminated.
Eliminate, fair.
Yes. Or I was still working on, I had eliminated the east section of the house and we were still discussing the south section.
Very good. And my memory serves correct, it looks like we were on People's Exhibit 34-13. I'll hand you those exhibits. Yes. Yeah, I think I admitted them yesterday afternoon, like first thing. And looking at 34-13, is that the photograph that's up on the screen?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And is that your recollection where we may have left off yesterday?
Yes, we left off there yesterday. I was discussing the remains of the southern section of roof section, and I'd drawn your attention to a small area burning in the roof just to the west, or as we look at the photograph, the top portion of the ridge line of the roof. And I just suggested we switch to an interior view of the south section, which is going to be photo 22.
Before we go to 22, I did kind of neglect to ask this question of you. When you're evaluating burn damage, what are we looking for there?
Well, as I evaluate burn damage, I'm on the basics. I'm trying to find out how bad something is burned, and understanding the part that's burned the worst is the part that's gone. So, for instance, if we're at a campfire in the backyard, and you put a log on the fire, and it burns, and it gets late, you go in, come out the next morning, and there's still remnants of the log left. The part of the log that's the furthest away from the fire has, sometimes it's not even burned, but it has the least amount of char. And as you look down the log towards where the fire was, it gets smaller, because that is what we refer to as mass loss. Mass of the log has been consumed away, so there's mass loss. So that's one of the things we're looking for. If there's mass loss, that means this may have been closer to the fire. And then when you get down closer to where the fire was, there's nothing left. That's also a term of mass loss. So as I'm evaluating burn damage, that is one of the things I'm looking for, is the mass loss of material, or we'll also use the word fuel. And when a fire investigator uses the word fuel, don't confuse that with like fuel for your vehicle or anything. We're talking about anything that burns. Wood, paper, plastics, anything else that can burn, we consider fuel for the fire. So that's a generalization of when I'm looking at burn damage, what I'm doing. I'm trying to evaluate that burn damage to similar structures in that burn damage. The higher, the longer the burn, the more burn damage typically means that burned longer and it is closer to where the fire started.
Now, do you also evaluate burn damage on, say, things that are not part of the house, like a person?
Yes, it's one of the reasons I looked at Todd Stermer the night is to look at the burns on him. The burns on everything, furniture, the structure, and victims are part of the burn damage that need to be evaluated.
Very good. So now we're going to turn our attention, I believe you said, to picture number 22. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here again?
So this photograph, I was standing in the central portion of the basement looking towards the south. So in the previous overhead shot, the area where the roof was still intact, this is the rooms directly underneath it. So this is going to be the rooms in the southwest quadrant of the structure. I'm looking for the fire damage in these two areas. One of the things to notice is the amount of debris on the floor of the second floor. Obviously, is
that the area I'm pointing to here?
Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, the floor between the first floor and the basement is gone. But you can see there's still wood or wall structure that's unburned, especially if you, at the photo, the top left of the photo, you can see a wall section that is unburned. And you can see a large amount of debris that the prosecutor pointed to earlier on the floor. Now, this debris would be a accumulation from both floors. Actually, the debris you're looking at on the top, that likely came from the first floor when the floor burned away and it collapsed down. The significance there is the amount of debris in this area is more solid than the area to the center. So what I'm saying is there's less mass loss of the fuel in this area than the center area. That determination helped me eliminate the south side of the structure as an area of origin.
And is the fact that the roof still appears to be intact in that area relevant? I'm not sure if we talked about that.
Yes, it is. That's part of the overall mass and the burn area of the south side.
So at that point in time, then, you were able to eliminate that particular area of the house. Is that correct?
The south section, yes.
South section. What section did you move on to next?
Next, let's go back to photo 13.
Certainly.
So I've eliminated the east section and the south section, so that leaves what I'm referring to as the center section and the quadrant in the northwest section. The northwest section, by evaluating it, obviously there's collapse damage. There is significant burn damage here, but by looking at it, I'm comparing the amount of mass of the fuel that's left, the amount of structure that's burned or unburned, and there is significantly more on the north side of unburned area. You can also see kind of in the middle between the north area and the center area, there are studs. In this picture, they're actually kind of horizontal, but that's the picture of a wall that's collapsed down. But those studs are still intact, which denoted a wall section between the north part and the central part.
Just so the record's clear, we're talking about the area in the kind of upper right part of the photo here where I'm circling with my pointer?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so at this point in time, were you able to eliminate that area, or is there additional evidence you need to consider?
So at that point, I eliminated that area, the northern area, as an area of origin. So now I'm concentrating on the center section. The center section has two floors, the main floor and the basement. I can see this photo. You can see this photo. You can see at the top of the photo, there's the exterior wall that appears to have remnants of bay windows that would typically.
This area here, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
That you would expect to see with a cathedral ceiling. So I'm going to examine this area. Now I want to determine if it's the first floor or the basement where the fire starts. So. I apologize. So if we can pull up photo 12.
12? No, that's easy.
So we're examining the west side or back side of the structure from the exterior. Important things to notice is, now I've already eliminated those sections, so I'm kind of concentrating on the center portion. I'm looking at the fire damage that's coming out of the windows. So where is the fire from inside the house first and longest coming out of the house? We look to the large bow windows. We can see there's heavy charring all around those window sections. We've already seen that the roof in this area is consumed away.
And we're talking, just so I'm clear, this area here, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, if you look to the right, we're still talking the main floor, the area that I previously eliminated, but you can see that there's fire coming out of that window, and you can see the black, and it kind of comes out in kind of a cone shape out of the window as the fire does. Now let's compare those two areas, the burn damage there, to the windows on the basement level.
That would be these windows down in this area here.
Correct. So notice the amount of fire, or specifically lack of fire, coming out of those windows. Let's go to photo 17.
17?
Yes. So this is the close-up of the door leading into the basement. We've talked about how heavy the fire is to the windows above, but this basement window, there is no fire coming out of that door. And the two windows on the side, the one to the left doesn't have any smoke or fire coming out of it. The one to the right has some smoke and probably a little bit of heat coming out of it. But comparatively to those other windows, and especially the windows above, dramatically less. The reason for this is, or let me say it a different way. If, as I'm thinking about area of origin, if I think, what would this look like if this fire started in the basement? If that fire had started in the basement in this center section, what would that fire do? It would eventually go up to the ceiling, which is going to be the floor of the first floor, and from there it's going to start spreading to other areas of the basement, including venting out those windows. Now, if it goes long enough, it will eventually burn through the floor, and then it will go up into the living room. But before that happens, it's going to burn and spread through the basement. Let's look at the other way around. If the fire starts on the first floor, where's that fire going to go? The fire's going to want to go up. So as it goes up and it starts spreading on that main floor, it's going to spread, eventually go through the windows, and then it will start attacking the roof. At some point, the roof, in this case, burned, collapsed, and when it collapsed, it came down. Oops, I'm sorry. When it came down, and then it started burning away the floor. At some point in this incident, the floor burned away, and then all of that debris on the first floor now dropped into the basement. But since the roof was already burned away, the fire will go straight up instead of going sideways. It's sort of like if you're outside and you have a burn barrel, and you have all kinds of holes in the side of the burn barrel. When you light something on fire in that burn barrel, the fire doesn't come out the holes in the side because it can go straight up and out. So that's kind of an analogy for what's going on here. Because the roof is already burned away, the fire that's now in the house can go straight up and not out those windows. So given that information, I've now narrowed my area of origin to the main floor living room in the central part of the house, central west part of the house.
And if we flip back to People's Exhibit 13, oops, wrong one. That would be this area right here where I'm circling with my pointer. Is that correct?
Yes. If you can, could you zoom in to that area real quick?
Yes.
So the boundaries of that room, you can see towards the bottom of the photograph, there's a wall section that is above the fireplace. So that would be the eastern wall of the living room. On the left side where that roof is, that would be the boundary for the south side of the living room. We know you can see the exterior is the boundary to the west side of the living room. And where you see that wall collapsed, that would be the boundary for the north side of the living room. So in that area that we're looking at right now, on the main floor, is the area of origin. Is what I determined to be the area of origin.
So you determined the area of origin to be the living room of the Stermer residence?
Correct.
And in determining the area of origin, at the time you determined this originally, did you have information about the statements of what Linda Stermer had stated to either Mr. Shinsky or other investigators?
Not at this point, no.
And had you received any information about the gasoline present on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, if you recall?
I had not received well, I hadn't even taken the sweatpants to the lab at this point.
Okay.
Because this was all done on the January 8th.
And I think we've already touched on this a little bit. The next finding you need to make is basically the cause of the fire. Is that fair?
Correct.
And how is it you go about doing that?
To determine the cause, I say cause, what started the fire? What was the ignition source of the fire is trying to determine the cause of the fire. It's one of the kind of the same process, the scientific method as we did with origin. I'm looking in the area of origin, and I'm figuring what is there that can start a fire. Now, I'm breaking this down into origin and cause and section, but as the two in real life kind of happens simultaneously. As I'm looking through the house, I'm taking notice. As I'm looking for the area of origin, I'm obviously taking notice of items that may be a cause of the fire or need to be considered a cause of the fire. We kind of break it down, one for analysis purposes, one or the other, but really it almost happens at the same time as you're walking around. So in the area of origin, things I considered at what could start the fire. The fireplaces, an associated chimney. I considered smoking, electrical, the furnace, the laundry machines. And I also considered an intentionally set fire as a possible fire cause. So then I start examining those to see if I can eliminate them from the scenario.
Are you familiar with the term ignition source?
Yes.
What is that?
Ignition source is something that generates enough heat to ignite or catch fire a piece of fuel.
And are you familiar with the term first fuel ignited?
The term is pretty self-explanatory. The ignition source comes into the fuel that is first ignited or first caught on fire.
Fair enough. Let's, if we can, then work through your hypotheses as to what may have caused the fire at the Stermer residence, if we can. What was the first hypotheses you would have tested against the data you collected?
The first one I would have looked at is the laundry machines. We had one photo of, a couple photos actually. If we go to photo 23.
Certainly.
Yes, 23.
Okay.
So when we introduced this photo yesterday, I mentioned you could directly in the middle of the photograph on the other side of those 2x4s is a white vertical. That is the side of one of the laundry machines. And we don't need to go to it, but we also showed a photo of the dryer. Those can be eliminated as a fire cause because they're not in the area of origin. They're on the other side of that 2x4 wall, and there is, if one of the mental exercises a fire investigator goes through when he looks at an area of an ignition source, excuse me, is you look at that and say, okay, if this started the fire, what would this fire look like? If the fire starts in one of those laundry machines or at one of those laundry machines, it's going to spread from the laundry room, it's going to go up, it's going to spread outward. Well, as it does that, it's going to start consuming fuel, the structure of the house. Well, in this case, in order for that amount of fire damage to occur in the living room, it would have had to, the fire from the laundry room would have had to burn through that wall or up the stairs. Well, there's still significant mass left of that wall. As a matter of fact, if you look at those studs, 2x4s, they're not even smoked. The typical reason those aren't even smoked in this case is because they had drywall on them. If you can see that center 2x4 towards the bottom, you can see a little, right there, you can see a strip that's kind of greenish and white. That's leftover drywall or gypsum board. So that was on that wall. And drywall serves as a fire barrier. And so that would have kept the fire from the laundry room into the living room. The reason it's gone now is during fire suppression, that drywall gets crumbly in the fire, and then when it's hit with a high pressure water hose, then it falls off. So with that I can eliminate laundry machines as the cause of the fire. I also considered the furnace. Let's look at photo 26.
Is that photo 26?
Yes. This is right in the center of the photograph. You can see the sheet metal. That is the furnace. Again, notice the amount of structural material that's still there compared to the living room. And go to photo 27. That is a closer view of the furnace. Now the furnace is damaged because the upper stories collapsed on top of it, so there was damage. I examined the fuel lines, didn't find any significant leak in the fuel lines that I could see visually or I could test, and there was structural damage, or the structural damage around the furnace was less than the area of origin in the living room. So with that, I was able to eliminate the furnace as a cause of the fire.
What would be another possible hypothesis you would consider as to the cause of this fire?
One of the hypotheses was smoking, but I learned that there was no smoker, or that no one smoked cigarettes in the Stermer household. I think occasionally, I was said that Todd would occasionally smoke a pipe, but no one smoked cigarettes in the home.
And did you receive any indication that anyone was smoking in the house that day?
I did not.
And what else did you consider as a possible hypothesis for the cause of the fire?
I considered electrical cause. Well, let me back up. I considered an electrical cause. Electrical cause is a little more difficult because a lot of the electrical components are missing, which is not uncommon when you're doing a fire investigation, especially one of this magnitude, that sometimes the electrical components just are gone. So you have to consider how the fire burned, the fire dynamics. And you have to consider where the electrical is located. Electrical is located typically in the walls or the ceiling. So if the electrical system malfunctioned or failed, that fire is going to be in the wall. And electrical fires start small. So if you think about if you have something plugged into an outlet and that starts sparking and catches on fire, well, that fire is going to start small and is going to slowly grow. It's not going to be a large, expansive fire at the onset. It's going to slowly grow. The indication, number one, we noticed a lot of the walls are still in place. Right? When we looked at the photographs for the southern bedrooms, we had that one wall that was still there. We still had significant wall structure on I'm talking about studs. The studs are left on the north side. So if an electrical fire would start in those walls, we wouldn't see those studs, because they would have to, same thing. The fire would have to burn out, get rid of those studs before it could get into the living room and burn up to the roof. And the origin is not coming from any of the wall areas. It's coming more from the living space of the living room, on the first floor living room. So given the fire dynamics, the way the fire reacted, and the lack of initial damage to the walls, I eliminated electrical cause at that point.
Now, you mentioned an electrical fire is kind of a fire that starts small. Is that what you elaborated on here?
Correct.
And is that if you can opine on this, a fast developing fire or a kind of a smoldering, slow developing fire?
The development of the fire would all depend on the fuel load around it. The electrical short or the electrical fire starts small, but if that electrical fire happened to have been surrounded by styrofoam, it's going to burn faster than if it was just touching wood. So that varies.
Would there be smoke?
There would be smoke.
And to your understanding, how many people were in the Stermer residence on January 7th, 2007?
I was told on both 7th and the 8th that there was 2 people in the residence, Todd Stermer and Linda Stermer. And
is the fact that there are 2, and this fire occurred about what time, if you recall?
3:30 in the afternoon or 2:30? I'd have to look at a report to get the exact time, but it was in the afternoon.
In the afternoon. And typical hours when people would be awake?
Correct.
And does that factor into this decision at all, that there were 2 persons in the home that would likely be awake?
Yes, I was given initial information from the Van Buren County detectives who did some initial interviews on the 7th, that there were two people, Linda and Todd were in the house at the time of the fire, and they were both awake. Todd may have been taking a nap, but Linda was awake. These were some initial statements that the Sheriff's Department relayed to me.
So I guess to kind of get to the bottom of my question here, and to your knowledge, were either of the Stermers disabled or invalided of any kind?
Not that I'm aware of.
In fires you've investigated before, does that play a role in that in when there's a fatality or something sometimes?
Yes, it does.
How so?
I've done fatal fires before where people were bedbound or wheelchair bound. I think one of the fires, the person was wheelchair bound, and the fire started in their lap from smoking, and because they were wheelchair bound and they were by themselves, they couldn't escape. Same thing, I've had people who are bedridden, fire starts, and they're unable to escape because they physically can't move. Also, occasionally, I've had it where people are known to be intoxicated and in bed, and this can also impair their ability to escape or to self-rescue themselves from a fire.
Would you agree with the premise then that the likelihood that a person is awake and not invalid, for lack of better words, would increase the chance that they may notice a small fire or a fire starting slowly? Don't think so at all. I think it's a hypothesis.
I'll overrule that. I don't think it's legal.
Yes, I would take that in consideration. The general condition of a person and how quickly they discovered the fire or they could take action about the fire, both mental and physical state.
I mean, this kind of goes without saying, but does smoke have a smell to it?
Typically.
Do electrical fires have a certain smell to them?
They do, and there's sometimes they're associated with sound.
What kind of sound?
Like an arcing sound. Not everyone. Electrical fires is kind of a broad category, and I got to be very careful to try to lump one generalization to all electrical fires.
And when you describe an arcing sound, is it like an electrical current kind of sound, like the sound of?
If you take two wires and you touch them together, and it's going to go, you can hear the zap pop, and usually if you're holding the wires, you usually jump.
Fair. Thank you. Just want to make sure everyone understood that in case people haven't played with electricity. What was the next? So at that point in time, I guess, were you able to eliminate electrical?
I eliminated electrical as a fire cause at that point.
What was the next hypothesis you would have tested in this case?
I examined and considered the fireplace for a hypothesis. On the day of my exam on the 8th, I believe I was aware that there could have been a fire in the upstairs fireplace from the information that was passed to me by the Sheriff's Department detectives.
If I can stop you right there, when we say upstairs, we're talking about the main floor of the house. Is that correct? Okay.
There's basement and the main floor, and if I misspeak, I say main floor, first floor. I'm meaning the main floor where the living room is.
Very good.
So I started examining the fireplaces. Let's look at photo 19.
Is that photo 19 on the screen?
This is photo 19. This is the main floor fireplace. Before I talk about this, I just want to go to photo 20 real quick. Yes, that's photo 20. I documented what was inside the fireplace, and there is burnt wood in the fireplace. So that tells me there may have been a fire. Now, obviously, is it possible that fire debris during the collapse got in there? It's possible, but unlikely, because the collapse is going to come straight down versus jump sideways. This is likely it's probable that there was a fire in that main floor fireplace. Now we can go back to 19. So I'm examining the fireplace. To understand the construction of this fireplace, this is a modern fireplace versus I'll call an old-time hand-built fireplace. Old-time hand-built fireplace, the kind you'll find in the nice farmhouses that are 150 years old. They were built piece by piece with stone or brick, made the firebox where the fire actually was built. There was a brick or clay liner in the chimney that went up to carry the smoke out. Typical modern fireplaces are a contained steel box, and that's what you're looking at there. And out of the top of the steel box is a steel round chimney pipe. Sometimes it's referred to as a vent or a flue, and that is the round chimney pipe that's connected to that firebox, the steel firebox, and then it runs up, eventually out through the roof. Then what's the important part for that? That is the actual fireplace construction. Typically then, people build walls around it because nobody wants to look at the ugly backside of a metal fireplace or the fireplace, the chimney. So they will build walls around it, and sometimes you'll see they'll actually put like brick or stone on these walls, but that's just for decoration. The walls themselves are typically built of wood, and I refer to that as the chimney chase. So that's the area, area inside or around the fire, the chimney, the metal chimney, that's separating that chimney from the rest of the living portion of the house, is this chase. And it's typically built with wood. It may be drywalled. Sometimes they'll have OSB on there. It varies on construction, but that's a chimney chase. If there is, so I'm considering ignition sources from the fireplace. Did the chimney malfunction? Was there a chimney fire? If the chimney malfunctions, I've seen it where holes have developed in chimney pipe. So now the hot gases from the smoke that go up the chimney can escape the chimney itself and get into this chase area. Now this chase area is built with, especially in this case, you can see it's built with wooden structural members. So that those wooden structural members have some sort of sheeting on the outside. Could be OSB, could be drywall. That's going to contain, just like we talked about earlier with the laundry machines. If that hot smoke or gases are in that chase, that's going to contain that hot gases and eventual fire for a while inside that chase. The fire inside that chase is going to go up, typically burn out the roof at the top of the chase, and then it's going to eventually spread outward. And as it spreads outward, it's going to consume the fuel or the wooden structural material that make up that chase to proceed. And typically that'll always happen at the top versus the bottom, depending on where the hot gases from the chimney collect the most and longest for the fire to start. Excuse me. You can see here on the photo 19, this is the upstairs fireplace again, and you can see the remnants of the wall that was built around it. This wall would have been part of the chimney chase, where the metal chimney would have gone behind it. You can see there's 3 2x4 studs still in place and intact to the right. There's one directly above that is broken up to the left. That's broken off, but in your mind's eye, you can straighten it up and you can see where it would be. And there's one that's missing directly above it, of the fireplace. There's an area where there should have been one. And you can, if you know what you're looking for, right at the bottom, you can see the stub where the nails were, right there. Yeah, there was one. Now, that's obviously, remember, we've had a lot of fire in here and structural collapse. And we've also have that 2x6 that runs horizontally right across the top of the fireplace. That still has clean wood and burned. So like I mentioned before, that likely had drywall on it up until the fire hoses hit it and knocked it off. So looking at the damage profile, specifically the lack of damage there, that's significant in considering this as a chimney fire or a fireplace fire. Additionally, if we look at photo 21, this is the chimney pipe that I collected from inside the structure. Later, yesterday we talked about excavating. Later I would excavate then it would be the basement floor, but had the debris from both the basement, main floor, and the roof directly above in this area. This chimney pipe was located. I moved it out and I put it here. I examined it and nothing extraordinary came to my attention. Obviously, if you look at it, it's bent, it's burned, but remember there was a whole house burning on top of it at one point. So, and the collapse happened. That's going to disform the metal, disform the pipe, and it was under burning roof sections for a while. So there is fire damage. But that being, what I discovered is there was nothing obvious to me that would indicate there was something wrong with that chimney. And that also states for the fireplace itself, I didn't find anything obvious with the metal fireplace box that would show that it malfunctioned or there was something wrong with it. And that backs up with the lack of burning of the wooden stud members around it. At that point, I could eliminate the fireplace and chimney as a potential ignition source.
If I can back up then to number 19, I guess, and maybe I missed this, but can you explain why it is you would expect this stud right here to be burned?
If the fireplace was the start of the fire is going to be directly above the fire. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing that again. Is going to be directly above the fireplace, and that's going to be one of the first structural members that are going to burn.
And so I guess just by the dynamic, would we expect then, as it burns to the roof, hot material to be falling down on top of the fireplace? Or what are we?
It depends if we're talking about the fires in the chase or outside the chase.
Inside the chase.
If it's inside the chase, the fire's going to go up inside the chase. If it burns the roof section, that'll eventually burn and fall down into and sit on top of the fireplace itself. I've seen fires in new houses before where the cellulose insulation will fall in, and on top of that firebox and start the fire on top of that box, of the firebox. But the fire is inside the chase, sitting on top of that metal firebox, not in the place where the fire is supposed to be, which is surrounded by like fire bricks. So yes, if the fire was down there, we'd expect to burn off that area.
And what other hypothesis did you consider as to the cause of the fire?
I considered the possibility of a log rolling out of the fireplace. The entire living room was consumed. The floor, the furniture, the whole thing was consumed. So by looking at that hypothesis, that was more of a mental examination of the fire dynamics. So we think about, okay, what would happen if a log on fire rolled out into the room? If that burning log is sitting in the middle of the room, the fire from that log is still going to go up. It's going to start burning the floor underneath it, but For the fire to spread from that log, it's going to take a significant amount of time. And when I mean significant, I mean it's going to take several minutes for it to really spread versus if a log rolls onto your floor in your living room, the whole living room floor isn't going to burst into flames. It's going to take a while for it to progress. Same thing if that log, let's say, rolled all the way over and was up against a couch. The couch is going to catch fire, yes, but if you would watch it, it would start at the log, it would start slowly moving up and into the couch and start slowly spreading on the couch. And of course, as it's doing this, it's giving off smoke and heat that would be easily detectable by someone in the house before it could spread to the entire living room area. So with that, that dynamic eliminates the log hypothesis as a fire cause.
And if I can kind of circle back to the idea of a chimney or a fireplace fire, you indicated that those are kind of it takes time for the heat to build up before that fire can erupt, for lack of better words.
Because yes, the main heat is contained in the firebox and in the chimney. How that heat gets out usually comes from a small, like a chimney, even a chimney fire. It's a chimney fire that escapes the chimney. It's coming through a small hole. So that's all the heat has to come through that small hole until at some point it ignites the surrounding chimney chase. And that can take time. Obviously, times are very subjective depending on how close the combustible materials are to the chimney, how long has it been, and how old is it, the materials that are made of. So that's very subjective. But yes, it doesn't. If you have a hole in your chimney, you start a fire, it's not going to the whole thing isn't going to burst into flames. There's going to be a progression.
In that progression, would there be smoke?
There would be.
And is that something that possibly a person who's not invalid would possibly notice within the residence?
He's not any kind of human factors expert. What somebody would or would not do is not within his expertise.
I think he's capable of testifying based on his training experience about he's investigated these in the past. I think it's fairly reasonable.
I'll allow it.
A typical person should notice smoke in their house. Where that, again, every fire is a little different, so I can't say if this would have been a chimney fire exactly how the smoke and heat would have progressed.
Fair, thank you. And so we've talked about a log rolling out, and you have eliminated that. What is your next hypothesis that you went to?
One of the hypotheses I considered was during the initial interviews with Linda Stermer, she mentioned that there was some an oil candle on the, I believe it was the half wall between the living room and the dining room on the north side. Again, I considered that. Again, that is a small fire source. I don't know what this oil candle looked like. I'm using generalization terms. I'm assuming it is a normal, could be as much as a lantern, an oil lantern, or a smaller candle that's from.
Well then, yeah, he's describing what are possible oil lanterns that he's encountered, so I think he's even said he doesn't know what it was, but he's just describing what they could be.
I'll allow it.
I was given information that there was an oil candle in the area. Do not know the size or makeup of it. But if this candle broke or tipped over, again, the fire is going to be relatively small. And it's going to be contained over towards the area of where it was located, which is the half wall towards the north side of the living room. That did not, again, that also has a hard time meeting the challenge of going undiscovered until it was a very large fire.
And these oil lamps, are you familiar with what type of fuel they burn?
The typical oil that these lamps burn are lamp oil. It would actually, if it's tested in a lab, it would come back referred to as a heavy petroleum distillate, which is the same as kerosene or diesel fuel.
And in this case, did you ever receive any lab reports that there was a heavy, which you just described here in court, present in the Stermer residence?
In the lab results back, there were no indications of a heavy petroleum distillate.
Thank you. And what was the next hypothesis you would have considered?
The next hypothesis I considered was an intentionally started fire. With this hypothesis, the one piece of data on this date, I had smelled accelerant on Todd Stermer's pants. I later learned to further that hypothesis, I waited until I got lab results. I got the lab results back that Todd Stermer's pants had gasoline on them. So I took that information and said, does that fit what I have at the scene? So with a gasoline is on Todd Stermer, and Todd Stermer is also severely burned. So remember I talked about burns on people are also burn patterns. Just like looking at the structure, the burns on Todd Stermer indicated he was at or near the...
Move to strike. One, he's not a medical expert, and under Smelser versus Norfolk Railway, he can't testify to medical conditions.
He's not
He's
testifying
not
about a
qualified
medical
to that.
condition. He's talking about the burns he
He's
observed on
talking
his
about
body.
causation.
You're both talking at the
Sorry.
same time.
Thank you. He's talking about causation, burn patterns causing whatever this degree of injury is. That's a medical opinion he can't make.
I don't think that's what he was testifying to. I think
You're just
Mr.
asking about burn patterns?
Yeah.
All of the testimony was to burn patterns. And obviously, cross-examination would be allowed.
Thank you.
Burns on a person is a burn pattern. It is stated right in NFPA 921 that burns on a human is a burn pattern.
You just mentioned NFPA 921. We haven't heard that here in court yet today. What is that?
Okay.
What is that, please?
NFPA 921, it's a long acronym. The NFPA stands for National Fire Protection Association. The National Fire Protection Association puts out volumes and volumes of information about building construction, safety precautions, anything to do with fire. And there's so many of them, they give them a number. So the specific number, NFPA, National Fire Protection Association 921, is the document that the National Fire Protection Association puts out as a guide to fire investigations. And that is updated, well, now it's updated about every 3 years.
Guide, or has it also been considered a reference manual?
It's a guide, it's a reference manual.
Very good. So again, we just talked about you considered the burns on Todd Stermer. How is that relevant to your determination of an intentionally set fire?
We know that Todd, with the burns on Todd, I know he is at or near the area of origin. And with the gasoline, positive for gasoline on his sweatpants, that says there is gasoline at or near the area of origin. Now the gasoline at the area of origin actually fits the description of a fast-moving fire, where instead of a small individual area, the whole area is on fire at the same time.
Well, let's go this way. Does the statement of Linda Stermer that you reviewed factor into this as well?
Linda Stermer's statement is very important to my factor.
Why is that?
Because Linda Stermer was at the scene. She was in the house. She was able to give statements. Witness statements are very important. Her statement was that she was in the basement. She heard Todd upstairs scream. She ran upstairs and she saw the living room on fire. Subsequent statements, that was the initial statement I believe she gave the detective route. Then later statements were more specific. It says, started the same, in the basement, heard Todd scream, ran up the stairs, described seeing the recliner towards the north side of the living room on fire. Todd was towards the south in the living room with his upper torso on fire. And there was fire on the floor between Todd and the recliner. That description of a very quick starting fire, of she's in the basement, she's awake, and she hears a scream, that would be in. Then she goes upstairs and finds this large fire, not concentrated in one area, but it's spread in two areas across the room with a connecting fire between. That is an indication of a fast fire, which would be explained by the presence of an ignitable liquid, gasoline, which would lead to, there's been no evidence of why gasoline should be in the living room. That would to lead me to believe this is an intentionally set fire.
Now, additionally, the, for lack of a word, trail of fire from essentially one side of the living room to the other was described by Linda Stermer. Is that what your testimony was?
Yes.
And in your line of work, is that described as something?
It can mean several things.
Okay.
I'd prefer just to leave it at that statement.
Okay, fair enough. So your conclusion, based on your review of the evidence, and I'm summarizing the gasoline and what was described by Linda Stermer, is this was an intentionally set fire. Is that correct?
Correct. And this also, I also use this to confirm my origin determination. She says the origin is in the main floor, first floor living room.
And so we've already kind of talked about what the first fuel ignited is earlier. Do you have an opinion as to what the first fuel ignited in this case was?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
The first fuel ignited was fumes from the gasoline.
And let's talk about that a little bit. How does gasoline burn, for lack of a better way to describe it?
Gasoline, as we know, is liquid. We put it in our lawnmowers and our cars. People who are unsafe sometimes try to use it to get their leaves burning. When you burn gasoline, it's actually not the liquid that burns. It's the vapor that comes off the gasoline that burns. So if you've ever seen videos of people pour gasoline on a pile of leaves and then they start walking up to it with something to light it, and it catches on fire before they get to the pile of leaves, that's because the vapors from the gasoline, the liquid gasoline, has now evaporated and spread into a vapor cloud until it hits an ignition source, and then it ignites.
And does the fact that the gasoline may be indoors or outdoors affect how that may happen?
The environment as a whole, indoors or outdoors, is going to affect, is there a wind, the temperature, if it's hotter outside, the gasoline is going to evaporate quicker. Any air currents are going to move the vapor around.
And in this case, I've already asked you what about ignition source. Did you determine what you believe to be the ignition source in this case?
The ignition source would have been open flame.
Do you have any idea what the source of the open flame may have been?
I do not know definitively what the open flame would be.
But we do know there was a fire burning in the fireplace per the statements of Linda Stermer.
There was open flame in the living room from statements and indications that there's logs, so there would have been open flame in the fireplace.
Now, we've talked about what you kind of touched on it already. What is a flash fire?
A flash fire is almost self-descriptive. It's a fire that immediately propagates quickly, go like a flash. It goes very fast. It would be indicative of a gasoline fire.
So, for instance, when the vapors of a gasoline poured someplace are exposed to an open flame.
Correct. It's the vapors are going to ignite. The fire and the vapors are going to spread to the source, which is typically going to be the liquid gasoline, because that's where the source of the gasoline vapors came from. And then the fire is then going to make the liquid gasoline evaporate faster because it's hotter, and then it'll be burned more. And it'll burn faster until the gasoline, in some cases, is burned up.
And that was my next question. Can fire totally consume gasoline,
Yes,
leaving no trace?
it is possible. Yes.
And just so the record's clear, and Judge, I'm going to ask this as a leading question so we don't go afoul of anything. You are not offering any opinion here today as to who set this fire, correct?
No.
You have just a moment, Your Honor? Just one last question. I am sorry. I neglected to ask this. You indicated earlier there was a fuel oil furnace in this house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is fuel oil different from gasoline?
It is.
How so?
So they're both petroleum products, but they're refined differently. If you were to take fuel oil and submit it to the laboratory for analysis, that would come back as a heavy petroleum distillate. The lab, and if you ever had Troy Ernst, he probably described this better than I did, but it is a different than gasoline. Gasoline can be determined specifically, where the other petroleum distillates are put into broad categories of heavy, medium, and light petroleum distillates. Fuel oil would be a heavy petroleum distillate, along with kerosene and some lamp oils.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Not to discuss the case or do any research. Media. Jury has left. Any matters to address in the break?
I have none, Your Honor.
Defense, any matters to address in the break?
I'm sorry,
Any
Judge.
any matters to address in the break? Any matters to address? Okay, thank you. Back on the record, any matters to address before we bring in the jury, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury. Welcome back, jury. And sir, you're reminded that you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mueller, cross.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Good morning.
You and I have met before one time, correct?
Yes.
June of 2001?
I'll take your word for the date.
Okay, I'll give you, take my word, it's the 16th and 17th of June 2021, not one.
That sounds correct.
And I asked you a bunch of questions, right?
Yes.
And you were under oath?
Yes.
And you told me the truth?
Yes.
Under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
So we look back at that testimony, we can take that as the truth. Fair?
Depends on how much you take of it.
I'm sorry?
Depends on what you take on it, but yes, it's the truth.
Okay. Can we agree as we start here, if you don't have a cause of the fire as being suggesting an intentional fire, intentionally set fire, we don't have a crime of arson?
That is correct.
Okay. And we'll talk about the classifications, but you and I talked about that before, right?
Yes.
There are 4 classifications of fires.
I guess we need, I'm going to clarify with her from where he's referring.
Council knows, or
Well,
knows.
it depends if you're talking about under the, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll allow it if you understand the
Thank
question.
you. Let me break this down. You and I have talked about this before, right? There's an accidental fire, correct?
Correct.
That could be a toaster burned up. Fair?
Yes.
We have natural causes of fires. That would be lightning strikes, that kind of thing, right?
Correct.
Then we have what's called undetermined.
Correct.
You just can't tell, right?
Correct.
And sometimes the damage is so big and so much that you can't tell, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And it's not an embarrassment to you as a fire origin and cause expert to be able to say, I just can't tell. There's not enough here.
That's
Fair?
correct.
It wouldn't be embarrassing to you, right?
That's correct.
In fact, it would probably be intellectually honest to admit, I just can't tell. Fair?
That is correct.
Then we have an intentional or an incendiary fire, it's called, right?
Correct.
And that would be, excuse me, correct me if I'm wrong, but an intentionally set fire under circumstances where a fire shouldn't happen.
Yes.
And that's what you're calling this,
Correct.
an incendiary fire.
Yes.
And that's the one that supports a crime.
Correct.
And out of those 4 categories, only an incendiary fire supports crime, correct?
Not necessarily.
If you can't, let's go back to
No.
one thing.
Okay. Not necessarily. The crimes can be prosecuted with an undetermined cause. I've seen it in the past.
Okay. If you don't have a cause of a fire, you can't find the classification of the fire. Fair? You can't tell what
Correct.
happened. You said the origin is the where, correct?
Correct?
And the cause is the why.
Correct.
And if you don't have the why, you can't say a crime occurred. Fair?
I don't make the determination if a crime has occurred.
If arson, I'm just talking about arson.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think we're asking for legal conclusions at this point in time. Prosecutor's office could charge a crime based on an undetermined fire. He's already testified to it, so I think we got to ask an answer. But also we're asking for legal conclusions.
The question is simply, if you don't have a cause, the why, you can't even classify the fire.
That question's fine.
You can't even classify the fire because you can't tell why it happened, right?
Well, the classification you just said was undetermined.
You can't tell why a fire happened, you can't classify it, right?
Objection hasn't answered.
Yeah, I didn't get an answer for him.
Yeah, I'll allow it. I
Yes
just
or no?
didn't have the answer.
If I can't tell the why, then it
Yeah.
would be classified as an undetermined fire.
Okay. Let's talk about this excavation you said that you did, all right? On January 8th?
Yes,
On January 8th, you did an excavation, and as we know, the living room was the area of origin, correct?
correct.
I'm going to show you, we've already admitted this as Exhibit O, floor plan of the living room. You've seen this before, right?
I have not.
Does that represent to you what the floor plan of the house looked like?
Yes,
Okay? And you know that the living room, as you said, was the area of origin of the fire, right?
correct.
And you excavated that to get important data.
I excavated the basement that was below the living room.
The living room you showed us on that aerial photo had collapsed into the basement.
Correct,
So anything regarding the living room would have been in the basement.
correct.
And you've testified that that was 2 feet of rubble, correct?
I didn't say 2 feet of rubble.
Okay, let's look. If I may approach, Your Honor? Thank you. I've got your prior testimony from this case. Why don't we look at the part that says Daubert 1? Okay?
I guess if I can, Your Honor, as to the form of the way the question's being asked, is he asking about 2 feet of rubble today or now in the previous hearing, I think is where we're going, but I think it's confusing the question.
You have testified that the area,
If you could just clarify what he's saying now, and then, are you pursuing prior inconsistent, or
you're
refresh
telling us you
memory?
don't know how deep the rubble was in the basement that you excavated?
No, you asked me if I testified to 2 feet of rubble.
Do
And
you admit there's 2 feet of rubble in the basement?
Approximately 2 feet of rubble. That's an approximation. I never measured it.
Could be 3.
I never measured it.
Okay. If there's 2 feet of rubble, and we know from the living room that it's 18 by 18, you see that?
Yes.
Yes?
Between the 118,
18 feet. This was 18 feet.
okay.
And there's a little bit of more. You'd have to add the area too, right?
Yes.
Do you know how to do that? Add, calculate that area?
Yes.
Sines, cosines, tangents, Pythagorean theorem?
I'm aware of how to do area.
Can we agree, like we had before, that that's about the total 20 by 20, roughly?
I'm just looking at the 118, and there's no 18, but that's, 18. Yes, that's 18 by 18 with a little bit left. I didn't see the 18 at the bottom.
Okay, we say roughly 20 by 20?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's the area of origin, correct?
Yes.
And if we talk about a 20 by 20, if we measure from you roughly about to that first row, it's about 20 feet.
I don't know how far that is. 20, the first row? It's a little further than that, I think, but you have the measuring tape.
Would you like to hold the one and we'll measure it? Thank you. If I may.
Oops, sorry. I actually didn't mean to do that.
That's the dummy end. I was going to take. I'm going to hold that. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and about 20 feet right here.
Okay?
We good?
Yep.
And if I told you that 20 feet was about... Thank you. I'll go. From the jury box to about here,
Approximate.
approximately. So we have an area of origin in the living room of this whole area here, correct?
Correct.
And you can't narrow it down where the fire started anywhere in here,
I
correct?
cannot.
Could have started over in this area over here, right? Could have started by the fireplace,
Not against the fireplace.
but anywhere in here, you don't know.
Correct.
But you dug out the rubble, right?
Yes.
In this 18 by 20 by 20 spot, right?
Yes.
2 feet of rubble, correct?
Approximately.
And you had a person with you, Greg Stormzan from the Michigan State Police,
Yes.
and you deposited the rubble, as I believe, on the west side and the back side of the house, correct?
I would have. Yes.
Well, you did, correct?
Yes.
Put it on the west side of the house,
Yes.
and you cleared the basement, because that's how you do it, right?
I
You gotta-
not the entire basement, just the area underneath the living room.
So there would be basically a clear area of 18 by 18 in that house if somebody came after you, correct?
Yes.
You made this rubble pile, and this rubble pile should be, well, if we say 20 by 20 by 2, that's 800 cubic feet, right?
I don't know how much the rubble pile would have been.
Well, you didn't do 800 cubic feet of excavation and put that outside, did you?
I have no idea.
Did you create a rubble pile of approximately 4 feet by 8 feet and 7 feet high?
It was not a 7-foot high pile.
Let's go to your testimony at that Dalbert hearing on 162, lines 7 to 11.
Your Honor, will you approach real quick? Thank you.
You there?
Yes. On the first page, yes. Daubert 1, yes.
Well, just prior hearing on page 162 at line 7. You with me?
(162), line, what line?
Line 7.
Line 7.
You had been asked, so outside the house was the area that you laid all the debris, correct?
Yes.
Your answer. Again, we didn't lay it out, so it was placed in a pile. The pile, in my recollection, would probably have been 3 or 4 feet by 6 or 8 feet and 7 feet high. But I don't have a great recollection of the size of the pile after we excavated, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if somebody came after you, were there on the 8th, like somebody on the 15th a week later, we should see behind the house a picture of a 4-foot by 8-foot by 7-foot high pile of rubble.
I have no idea what the rubble pile would look like after I left.
Well, do you think somebody would have taken it and moved it?
No,
You
but it's
think-
possible.
You think somebody would have put it back in the house?
I have no idea.
Okay. The pile that you had, the rubble that you would have been removing, and I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit B. Tell me, these are your photos.
Your Honor, are we meaning all of his photos or just a selection of the photographs?
Select photos. The ones I gave you yesterday, counsel.
No, I understand that. Are they just
They are select photos, not every photo.
in a, I respect that and I understand that. Are they separated from a giant exhibit of other photographs or are they just?
They are in exhibit B by themselves. You tell me if those are your photos.
So you want him to review the entire binder right now?
No,
Oh,
they're just
okay.
15 photos.
Which 15 though?
Hold on, I want to make sure. Is this Exhibit B? I will once.
Do you know which ones to look at?
Yes.
Okay.
These are the photos look like that have been previously entered into evidence by the prosecution.
Some are the same, some are different.
Looks like 47 under B is the same as defense 34-9. But this one's very dark. Okay. Would you like me to continue? Would you like me to continue through B on photos?
Please. All those photos you identified for the prosecutor, you had reviewed your photos before this trial, right?
Yes.
And you identified those easily as your photos, right?
Correct.
And these are, a lot of these are just duplicates of your photos.
But I'm going to make sure.
To determine that.
.56 is the same photo as 3411 with the prosecution. .57 is one of my photos, but not with the prosecution exhibits. .58 is one of my photos. It's in the prosecution exhibit 3412. .59 is my photo that is the same as People's 3410. .61 looks to be the same as People's 3418. .62 is one of my photos that is not in the People's exhibit. .75 is the same as People's 3425. .96 is one of my photos and is similar to People's 3413. I think this might be a different photo of the same shot. .123 is the same as People's 3421. .138 is one of my photos, but not in the prosecution photos.
Okay,
And that finishes up B.
that's all. Move for the admission of Exhibit B, 1 through 15.
Objection.
What'd you say, 15?
15.
1 through 15.
Thank you. So if we look at page, photograph 62 there, you can look up on the screen if you'd like. We can see, good?
Yes.
We can see that fireplace in the basement, right?
Yes.
Right here. So basically what we're showing is the living room area, and the living room extends out toward the bay window to the left.
No,
right?
this photo is taken from underneath the bay window.
Okay. You're saying the fireplace is directly across from the bay window. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Where you have the FP on your
So
drawing.
what I'm seeing then is entirely the living room.
Yes.
Now,
Or the basement under the living room.
the living room that had collapsed and had the 2 feet of rubble that you excavated and cleared, you and Mr. Stormzane.
Yes.
So, if somebody like Mr. Shinsky came and Mr. Shinsky took a photo a few days later, what we should see is a photo of the back of the house where you laid it out, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
And what we should see somewhere in here, in the back west side, is a pile 7 feet by 8 feet by 7 feet high, correct?
I do not see that there.
You certainly don't. You also didn't document the excavation, did you?
I did not take a photograph of the excavation once completed. That is a mistake that I have admitted to, and is a mistake on my part.
Okay. You know the importance of documentation, correct?
Correct.
Important for corroboration, correct?
I've got some.
Okay.
It's important for corroboration, correct?
It is important to document the scene.
Because you want to have corroboration in case somebody asks you, did you actually do some excavation? You want to be able to show proof.
Correct.
That's called corroboration. True?
That you can call it that.
Okay. You didn't take any photographs, right?
What do you mean didn't take any
Of
photographs?
excavation.
Yes.
You didn't write in your report, your official Michigan State Police report, anything about an excavation, correct?
I think there may have been a section, but without reviewing my report, I can't be sure.
Well, did you testify in a hearing that you didn't document it in your report?
I may have.
And if you testified in that hearing, that would have been under oath,
Correct.
and you had reviewed your file,
Correct.
and you reviewed your report,
Correct.
and you told us the truth when you told us you didn't put it in your report.
Correct.
You also didn't even take any notes during your whole scene inspection, did you?
What is your definition of notes?
Well, things like the jury was taking down to document you did what you did. Did you take any notes, yes or no?
I dictated the scene examination directly into the report on a recorder. For years, been doing this 20 years, I typically don't take copious written notes on scene examination.
Okay. We don't have anything contemporaneous in terms of any notes of yours of the excavation itself, fair?
There are no notes of the excavation.
Okay. Even though that's such a critical aspect of fire investigation.
The notes aren't critical. It's the information in the report that's critical.
The excavation is critical in a fire excavation, true?
Did you say an excavation is important in an excavation?
The excavation process in a fire investigation is critical, am I right?
Yes.
Because that's where you get the evidence that might show how the fire progressed.
That is a step that may develop evidence.
And that is a step where you collect data, it's called.
Yes.
And that data will help you find evidence that might point to the why, the cause.
Possibly.
You can't overlook doing an excavation when you're doing a fire investigation, right?
Depends on the fire investigation.
You testified that, correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason you didn't take any photographs, make any notes, is because it was a long day that day.
I never said anything about notes. I did testify that there's no photographs that should have been taken. I don't know why I didn't take it. It's possible. It was a long day, and because we didn't find anything of notable significance in the excavation, that it's possible I forgot to take the photograph.
Well,
Photographs of post-excavation.
let me see if you turn to D2 there.
We're talking transcripts again?
Your book of the transcripts.
D2, what is that?
Last one. Last tab.
So when you say D, you're referring to Dauber, correct?
You can read from page 42 to yourself, line 13 to 16.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the expression read out loud, or?
To yourself.
Okay. 42 to what lines?
Line 13 to 16.
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that the reason you forgot to take a photograph or note your documentation was because it was a long day?
It does. Possible a long day.
You were tired
Yes.
after a long day.
Yes.
So you didn't document this critical aspect because you were tired because it was a long day. Fair?
Question asked and answered, Your Honor. Sustained.
Let me ask you something. You've trained fire investigators, right?
I have.
Okay. If you had a rookie fire investigator you were training, would you accept such a poor excuse as, boss, I didn't do what I was supposed to do and take any pictures and notes because it was a long day. I was tired.
What do you mean accept it? Of course I would. Because if that's what happened, you're going to accept it.
Wouldn't you maybe ask that person, why didn't you go back the next day?
We're calling for speculation, Your Honor. Object.
Thank you. You would ask
I
that.
don't know what I would say, because it depends on the scene. Everything depends on the scene.
If he says that I didn't do it because it was a long day and I was tired, and he's a rookie investigator,
Comment object asked and answered, Your Honor.
you would ask him, why didn't you go back the next day?
Well, I'll allow this one.
Thank you. True?
I don't know what I would say.
Okay. Is there a law that says you can only go and do a scene investigation one day?
No,
Is there any Michigan State Police policy that says you can do a scene investigation only once?
no,
Okay. And after you were the law enforcement person responsible for the scene in terms of the fire investigation, right?
in terms of the fire investigation.
So after January 8th, you didn't come back anymore.
I did not.
And you released the scene to people like Mr. Shinsky, right?
Correct?
And Len McHugh, do you know him?
Yes,
He was on the scene a couple days after you,
yes.
right? Now, I want to talk a little bit about your origin and the bases for your origin opinion. You went through a whole lot of things about how you ruled out various areas in the house, right?
Correct.
And if we look at the New York skyline, let me get back on here. If we look at your investigation, I'll get it back in a second. You did the physical investigation, all the physical evidence led you to the area of origin in the living room, correct?
All the data.
All the data. All the data, including what you said was very important information from Linda Stermer, correct?
Correct.
Linda Stermer told you that she was in the basement, am I right?
I've never talked to Linda Stermer.
You read a statement that Mr. Shinsky took an interview,
Yes.
but you relied on it, obviously.
Yes.
And she said she's in the basement doing laundry. Yes.
Correct.
She hears this horrible scream upstairs, right?
Correct.
She runs upstairs.
Correct.
She sees the living room on fire.
Correct.
She sees her husband on fire by the bedroom, you said, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever burned yourself on a stove or anything in your life?
Yes.
Okay. That pain is immediate, isn't it?
Yes.
That
But I'm not a
pain-
medical expert. I can't testify to that.
You certainly can testify to your own experience that the pain was immediate to you, right?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be funny with you. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna object. I don't think that's appropriate.
I'm not
He's-
clear what
he's-
that last dialogue was
He's
about.
smirking
Okay,
at
well,
me.
you're being argumentative, so move
So-
on, please.
You've had burns, and they were immediate, correct?
Correct.
And they were painful, correct?
Correct.
So, one of the things that NFPA cautioned you is if you have a hypothesis that violates the laws of physics, that's an invalid hypothesis, right?
I'm not aware of that section, but proceed.
Okay. One of the rules of physics, we talked about Newton's laws of motion
Yes.
before.
No objection, Your Honor. I think we're getting into areas that's not proper for trial at this point in time. Newton's laws of motion, this is physics. He's not a physics professor.
He's familiar with it, and we agreed.
I'll allow some.
Thank you.
But I assume
Sir.
there's some relevance where you're going.
One fundamental law is you can't be in two places at the same time, can you?
Correct.
So, if Linda Stermer is in the basement and she hears a scream and that burn injury is immediate, that means Todd Stermer caught fire and Linda was in a different room, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about some of the fundamentals of being an expert witness. One of the purposes, or one of the things you have to do is obviously collect all the relevant data, correct?
Correct all the relative data that's available.
Relevant data
Relevant data that's available.
that is available to you. What's available to you are witness statements, right?
Yes.
You can interview witnesses, nothing stops you.
No.
You can go to building departments
Correct.
to get house records,
Correct.
right? Do a lot of things that aren't just physically at the inspection site,
Correct.
and that's all data gathering.
Correct.
You can agree with me that in your fire investigation, you have to comply with the scientific method, correct?
Correct.
And you described that for us.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is proposed Exhibit D. You've seen this before?
Yes.
It's in your NFPA 921 book,
Correct.
and it's what you follow,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
And that's what you used in this case.
Correct.
And this is what you followed in this case, correct?
Correct.
And this would illustrate the steps for the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, I move for the admission of Exhibit D.
Object is relevance, Your Honor. It's also, I don't see why it's relevant to put this, can we not display it to the jury until the court's admitted it?
I'll admit that. I think it's relevant. I think the foundation's
Obviously, the first
What is your marking on that? What is it?
Exhibit D.
D?
Obviously, you said the first two steps are kind of the same in everything you do, every assignment. Find the origin and cause of the fire.
Correct.
So the real work starts when we're talking about collecting data, correct?
Correct.
When we collect data, you gather all the relevant evidence that you can to try to help you come to a conclusion, right?
Correct.
The next step is you analyze all the data that you've collected, correct?
Correct.
Then once you've analyzed that data, then you develop a hypothesis based on, here's the evidence I have, could it be this?
Correct.
Then you test the hypothesis, right?
Correct.
to disprove the hypothesis, correct?
To prove or disprove, both.
Okay. You're telling our jury that it's to prove it or disprove it.
When you're testing hypothesis, yes. To try to disprove it, yes.
If you can't rule it out, can't rule out a hypothesis, then you have to collect more data or develop another hypothesis, right?
Say that again?
If you can't rule out a hypothesis based on the data, then you either have to get more data or develop a new hypothesis. Isn't that what NFPA 921 tells you?
Or, so you've jumped down to testing the hypothesis, correct?
We're on testing hypothesis.
Okay. So you're testing the hypothesis to see not just if it's ruled out, but also if it's ruled in. You're testing it to see if it is, if the hypothesis is ruled out, then it's not a valid hypothesis.
It's an invalid hypothesis.
Correct.
Because you're able to rule it out from the
data.
From the data.
Correct.
And in this case, if the hypothesis was Linda Stermer was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, you're able to rule that out with the data, reliable data that you had that she was in the basement.
That was never a hypothesis of mine.
I'm asking you, you're an expert witness. If the hypothesis is that Linda Stermer somehow did something with gasoline that caused Todd to be on fire.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we vote, please?
Overruled.
So, you're an expert witness. You're an expert in fire investigation. You develop hypotheses, right?
Correct.
And you measure it against the reliable data, correct?
Correct.
The reliable data you had, as we talked about, was Linda was in the basement at the time she heard Todd yell.
Correct.
Assuming he's on fire, correct?
He's yelling and a fire is discovered on him.
Okay. If the hypothesis is Linda was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, that's ruled out by your reliable data that she was in the basement.
That specific hypothesis, correct.
And there's other data that would suggest that Linda didn't have anything to do with any gasoline, isn't there?
I'm not aware of that hypothesis.
Well, how about Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline?
Well, do you want me to?
Are you aware of that?
I am, and I'm aware of other data.
I want
also.
you to want you to answer my questions. You're aware that Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline, correct?
That is true.
You are aware that the Michigan State Police brought a canine in, and the canine did not.
I'm going to object. That's for hearsay, Your Honor. It's not evidence.
He's relied on that collection of data, and including canine evidence. It's in his report.
Now we're talking 703, just like we've been dealing with all over this. That facts are not evidence.
I'll sustain that objection.
You rely on all kinds of data when you're developing your hypotheses, right?
Correct.
One of the pieces of data that you rely on is testing.
Lab testing, correct.
Lab testing. And you also rely on things like Michigan State Police canine experts being called to the scene. True?
Your Honor, I guess we're dancing around the subject again here. I'm going to object as relevance.
Relevance? It goes directly to the issue of
I've
relevance.
already sustained the objection, Mr. Mueller. You can move on.
Were you present when there was a canine?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, I've sustained the objection.
Okay. Are you aware, well, you were aware of the gray sweatpants, right?
Mr. Stermer's gray sweatpants?
Yes. You collected it.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware that they were 100% polyester?
I was not aware.
Data you could have collected.
It is possible.
Have you, in your past experience, tested the flammability of materials?
You object, I don't think he's an expert in textiles, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for his experience.
I think it's fair and within the range of his expertise. I'll overrule.
Go ahead.
I have not tested, I do not recall testing flammability of polyester.
You've tested materials.
I have not tested materials.
Are you aware of what polyester is?
It's a synthetic material.
Synthetic material made of plastics.
Of plastic polymers, correct.
Okay. And you understand that it doesn't just burn, it melts.
It can burn and melt at the same time.
Okay. So we talked about collecting relevant data. Then we also have, as one of the main aspects of being an expert witness and an expert in general, is you have to keep kind of like an open book policy of document all your investigative techniques, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You told us about the importance of documentation.
Correct.
And the importance of documentation is so others can review your work.
Correct.
And then you can defend your work if people are criticizing it.
That's a portion of documentation, yes.
Portion of documentation is your peers are going to review it, right?
Yes,
Your colleagues.
possibly.
And if you've said there was an intentional fire and you think it's arson and there becomes a criminal case, well, the defendant's expert needs to look at it as well.
I never called it arson, I call it incendiary.
Listen to me carefully. If you call something arson and it results in a...
I'm going to object. We've established that as a legal conclusion, and we should not be talking about that in this case.
I agree. I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. If your opinions result in a criminal charge, the suspect or the defendant has a right to look at your stuff.
Correct?
And it needs to be complete.
They can look at all of my material.
And it needs to be complete and thorough.
They can look at all my material as is.
So they can compare what you're saying you did to what you did by your
Correct.
documents. Corroboration again, right?
Okay? Correct.
So we don't just have to take your word for it, right?
Correct.
And then finally, you have to kind of make a good faith effort, play devil's advocate with yourself, right?
Correct.
How could I be wrong, right?
Correct.
Did I miss something?
Correct.
And you did all that in this case
Yes.
to rule out all the things that you ruled out.
To rule out as many of the things that I could think of
Okay.
and that I had indications of.
Now let's talk about one thing here. This 921 book is the primary training guide for all fire investigations, correct?
It is the main text for training.
It is the main text that you've trained to, fair?
Yes.
It is the text that they test on when you've tested for certifications, right?
Correct.
So you've trained to this 921, you've tested this 921, and when you've taught young firefighters or fire investigators, you teach out of this book, correct?
That is one of the books.
One of the books. There are others.
There are others.
There are kind of authoritative reference guides.
Yes.
One might be the user's manual for 921.
That may be one.
One might be Kirk's fire investigation. We've seen that.
Yes.
You have that?
I don't know if I have the newest copy, but I have a copy.
You have a copy. John Lentini's book, Scientific Protocols for Fire Investigation. That's a reference guide.
That is a reference guide.
Have you used it?
I can't think if I have.
Do you own it?
I do not own that one.
All these are resources for you to go to if you have questions regarding your field, right?
Correct.
And then, of course, I think the main guide for you would be a code of ethics, right? In how you do your work?
There's a personal code of ethics. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we've marked as proposed Exhibit L. See if you recognize that. And you can tell us what it is.
This is a quote from the IAAI Code of Ethics that is no longer valid because there's been an update.
You believe it to your core, don't you?
What?
You believe this statement to your core, don't you?
The outdated statement?
Yes.
No, Jack, I think he just establishes an outdated statement.
It's what?
Relevance if it's outdated.
Because it goes to his code of ethics that he believes in. Whether it's outdated or not, he still believes
Maybe
in the
you can
statement.
inquire of him how it's outdated, in what way, what's different.
Do you know why it's different now?
Yes, the IAAI committee met and updated the Code of Ethics in 2020.
Okay.
I have a copy if you'd like.
Do you believe in the principle, I'm just going to ask you that, do you believe in the principle that you should be a truth seeker and not a case maker?
Yes.
You believe that to your core?
I don't use those words core, but yes, I believe it.
Let's go to your D1 hearing at page 66. Let me know when you're there.
Say 56, 5?
66.
66.
You there?
Yes. D1, Daubert 1, page 66.
66. And we, from line 1 to 9.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because this questioning is based on the outdated statement.
That he said he believes in, Your Honor. I'm asking if he believes in a principle. It's simple.
But he's basing it on prior testimony, so I'll allow
Go ahead.
Which lines you want to review again?
1 through 11.
Yes. Yes. On line 9, my answer to that same question is I believe it to my core.
Correct. And what that means is being a truth seeker is you are not here to just get a conviction, right?
I'm not here just to get a conviction.
You're here to offer, you're supposed to offer your objective opinion.
I am here.
Argument is supposed to offer an opinion. Form of the question. Your Honor.
argumentative, Mr. Mueller.
Pardon?
It's argumentative.
You are here to offer your objective opinion.
I am.
Okay. Which means you'd be open to new evidence if you hear it.
I would listen to all relative evidence.
And be open to new evidence and change your mind if it drives you that way, right?
If it was properly produced and researched.
Okay. Now, can we agree that if you don't collect the data, you're violating the scientific method?
Available data.
If you don't collect all the available data, you're violating scientific method.
And I'm going to go with that's relevant data. Clearly, there's an infinite amount of data out there, so it needs to be relevant data.
Well, you can't determine what's relevant until you collect the data. Then you decide. That's part of the analyzing, right? This is important, that's important.
But there's a portion of common sense of data collection.
Isn't it true that if you don't collect all the relevant data, you're violating scientific method?
Objection asked and answered.
It is asked and answered, Mr. Mueller.
I think it was a simple yes or no question.
Your Honor, again,
I think he's answered it already.
Okay. If you don't analyze the data, you violate the scientific method, yes or no? We're on analyzing data, the next step.
It's a little different, but you can ask one more time.
Yes or no?
Correct. You must analyze the data.
If you don't develop hypotheses based on analyzing the data, you violated the scientific method, correct?
You must develop hypotheses or theories.
If you don't, then you violated the scientific method.
Correct.
And then if you don't test those hypotheses, you're violating the scientific method.
Correct.
And if you fail to consider alternate hypotheses, you violate the scientific method.
Reliable alternative hypothesis.
Then you violate the scientific method.
Correct.
If you violate the scientific method, you have an unreliable methodology, don't you?
Correct.
Which means unreliable can't be relied upon, correct?
Correct.
To rely, to have confidence in, to trust, right?
Correct.
And if you don't have a reliable methodology, then you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
I think this has been asked and answered, Your Honor.
I haven't even asked it.
Yeah, it is asked and answered. I'll have you move on.
I've not asked that question ever.
Okay, one more time.
Thank you.
One more.
If you don't have a reliable methodology, you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
Correct.
You've heard of the phrase garbage in equals garbage out?
I have heard that.
All right. Let's go to your cause opinion. Are you comfortable that you've explained the cause of the fire to this jury?
Yes.
You wouldn't change it, would you?
No.
You know, and as I remember from my notes, the cause of the fire was the ignition source was an open flame,
Correct?
and then the first fuel ignited was gasoline.
Gasoline vapors.
Okay. And that's the cause of the fire,
Correct.
which is why you then classified it as intentional,
Incendiary, yes.
incendiary. Give me a second, Your Honor. Okay, give me 1 second. Mortimer, we're back. Let's go to NFPA 921. NFPA 921 speaks to cause, doesn't it? The causal factors.
Yes.
I'm curious what this is going to be before the jury sees this, because I'm not sure what we're specifically looking for.
I'm going to show you, and this is not an exhibit, Your Honor, it's for impeachment and learning treatise.
Well, then he can impeach him with it, but it can't be displayed to the jury. It's not an
I
exhibit.
can read it or show it to the jury. It just doesn't go back to the jury room as an exhibit.
Well, I'll allow it for demonstrative,
Thank you.
for cross, but it won't go back to the jury.
Right. Sir, you recognize those causal factors?
Yes.
NFPA 921, the premier guide for your training, lists what has to be found and determined for the cause, correct?
Correct.
The ignition source, the first fuel ignited, everybody read that? And the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Correct.
Unless you have all 3, you don't have a cause of a fire, correct?
Correct.
Which means unless you have all 3, you don't have the why. Isn't that true?
The why of the cause of the fire?
Yes, that is the why.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to 19.4.4.1. I'm happy to give you the book if you have it.
I do. Yes, 19.4.4.1.
Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
It says, simply identifying a fuel or an ignition source by itself does not and cannot describe how a fire occurred. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's an excerpt from that section.
That's what that says, right?
Correct?
So, what it's saying is, if we have 1 and 2 but not 3, we don't have the cause of a fire, correct?
Correct.
You've given 1 and 2 to the jury. You're comfortable with that conclusion. You didn't give 3 to the jury. You don't know the circumstances that brought that open flame to the gasoline in this 20 by 20 living room, do you?
I don't, but there's an exception in 921 that allows for that.
You don't have all 3 factors for the cause of a fire, fair?
I do have all 3 factors.
You have the circumstances. You haven't given the jury the circumstances that brought the open flame and the gasoline together. The how. True?
That has not been discussed with the jury.
Okay. That was never discussed in your report, correct?
My report from 2007, it was
yes,
not.
The official Michigan State Police fire report of this case.
The language has changed since 2007 with these specific monikers?
Oh, you updated your report?
No, I did not.
Okay, in your report, you never listed even an open flame. We can go to your report.
I did not list an open flame.
So you did not list gasoline, or strike that. You did not list first fuel being gasoline.
I did not.
And you certainly didn't list in your official report the circumstances that brought those 2 together. Fair?
I did not.
Then you've testified on several occasions, right? In this case.
Correct.
Testified in 09, didn't you?
09, that would have been the first trial? Correct.
Your Honor, can we approach? Testified, excuse me, in a prior hearing in 2009, and you laid out what you said was the cause of the fire, right?
Yes.
And you didn't mention one time an ignition source being open flame.
I can't remember what my testimony was on that.
Well, let's look at, we'll what's called PE in your binder,
I've got multiple, this binder?
transcript binder.
You see one that says PE on it?
The 09, correct?
Called PE, I think.
It doesn't say PE.
Oh, sorry.
But it says 09. All right.
Direct your attention to page 49.
Yes,
You listed as the cause of the fire, time of day, right?
yes,
I'm sorry?
yes,
Time of day, condition of the known people in the house, which means basically able-bodied people.
correct,
And you said the fire started very rapidly, larger and more rapidly than an accident fire could have started.
correct,
And then you tied it in with gasoline on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, right?
correct,
Which then caused you to say it's an intentional fire.
correct.
All right. So when you testified that didn't lay out the circumstances that brought anything together, correct?
Correct, but there's still an
And then-
exception.
You can clear that up. You did not mention any of the circumstances, fair?
Correct,
Okay. Then you testified in 2010 and went through the same thing and never mentioned an ignition source of open flame, correct?
correct.
Never mentioned,
I don't know. I don't recall my testimony verbatim from 2010.
okay. Do you recall that the first time when I asked you, the first time you testified to an open flame and gasoline as an ignition, first fuel ignited, was in our hearing in 2021?
I recall that testimony.
Okay.
That being discussed in the testimony, I don't recall if that was the first time that was mentioned.
In fact, to this date, in 18 years, you've never set forth in a report or testimony the circumstances that brought forth your open flame gasoline, correct?
I think I just did it today in testimony.
Didn't you just tell us you did 1 and 2, but not 3?
No, that I haven't explained. There's an exception for the 3 with the 1 and 2 being brought together.
You did not, in any direct testimony, set forth the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Objection has been answered.
He keeps disputing that he did.
Because you won't let him answer the question, Your Honor.
It's asked and answered.
Thank you. Now, in terms of, you certainly know the difference as to what a causal factor is in terms of ignition source, correct?
Causal factor? Yes.
Yes, that's ignition source and first fuel.
Correct.
And you've been under oath saying that the time of day was a causal factor, correct?
I've never used the word causal factor.
It was a cause of the fire.
No, it was a circumstance of the fire.
Is there anywhere in NFPA 921 that says time of day is a cause of the fire?
No.
There's no reference manual anywhere that you've been trained on that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
No.
Am I right?
Correct.
There's no authority that you've ever heard of that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
Correct.
Accidental fires happen all the time in the daytime, right?
Correct.
Then the next thing you had, and we can talk about that PE again at page 49, was 2 able-bodied people.
Correct.
Is there anything in NFPA 921, this principal guide, if there is, I'd like you to cite it for our jury and any peers who are watching, anything that says the condition of people are a cause of the fire?
It does not.
No authoritative guide, no somebody you look and respect has ever told you that, correct?
Correct.
You've never taught that, correct?
Correct.
You've never been tested where that was an answer as a cause of a fire. 2 able-bodied people.
No.
Am I right?
Correct.
Able-bodied people die in fires all the time, unfortunately.
Correct.
just like disabled people like you told us, right?
Correct?
You didn't mention that you've investigated many fires involving able-bodied people who were seriously injured or died. Fair?
That is correct.
And then, of course, another factor you said in that preliminary hearing was the speed of the fire, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know, sir, from all your training and expertise, that how fast a fire progresses is based on a lot of different factors, right?
Correct.
One of the factors is the construction of the house,
That is one.
because that depends on the fuel loads, right? That
More than just fuel loads. Depends on fuel loads, container size, room size, configuration.
fire will spread faster if you have more ventilation. It takes oxygen to feed a fire.
Correct.
So it's not simply a fire was fast and therefore it had to be an accelerant. Fair?
That is fair.
And certainly you can't rely on eyewitness testimony, the subjective testimony of who was burning fast.
Not by itself, no. You were aware that when some of the first witnesses showed up, that they saw a fire coming through the roof on the north side of, not the north side of the house, on the back side of the house? The west side, yes.
West side? Well, we don't have it here, right?
Correct.
By where the bay windows were?
It was, yeah, there were some statements of through the roof in the center of the house.
Don't put your exhibits by a furnace.
Your Honor, can I ask that we take some of these demonstrative exhibits down if they're not going to be used anymore?
Are you done with that one? It's on the screen? Is this something new coming out?
No, this is, I can see what this is. This is fine.
Mr. Mueller, if you could give
I'm
us
gonna-
the New York skyline, please.
I'll just go black, how about that? Early witnesses said that the fire was coming out of the roof on the backside and toward the middle,
Correct.
which one of the things you relied on,
Correct?
right? And the fireplace would have been here and toward the center,
Correct.
right? Just, so it says FP, right, fireplace?
Correct.
You would have to collect data in terms of maybe how the house was constructed to have a better idea of analyzing that data and developing a hypothesis that why the fire, you say, was so fast.
Data was collected through observations.
Okay. There was other available data, correct?
There may have been.
And you had access to that available data, like building records, correct?
I assume I would have availability to building records. I did not look at any.
You chose not to.
I did not look at any.
You could have talked to Linda Stermer.
I could have.
You chose not to.
I did not.
That would have been obviously a very valuable source of data in terms of how the fire was, or the house was constructed.
Your
Fair?
Honor, can we approach really quickly because I want to be very mindful of what issue we're talking about here.
Sir, were you, excuse me, were you aware that the entire living room floor was nothing but OSB subflooring?
I became aware. I can't tell you when.
Okay. not as of January 12 when you issued your report, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let's get a timeline. January 7, the fire starts, or fire happens, right?
Correct?
January 7, you're on the scene.
Correct?
Take a couple pictures, and pictures of the body you showed, and also pictures of the house.
Correct?
You took 46 pictures. Would that be correct?
I don't know how many I took.
If I tell you took 46 that night?
That sounds about right.
And then you took a total of 138, so you took from 47 to 138 the next day.
I took several pictures the next day.
Okay. And then, that was the 8th, and then the 12th, you learned the MSP results on the gasoline on the sweatpants.
That's
Yes?
correct.
And then you issued your report shortly after that.
Correct.
Okay. And the key, obviously, was the gasoline on sweatpants.
That was an important piece of data.
You know, that was the thing that lynched it for you, didn't it?
That was an important piece of data.
You know what a keystone is? Ever seen a keystone in an arch?
I'm aware Keystone architecturally, yes.
It's architecturally, and the keystone is the piece at the top, the single
Correct.
piece that holds the arch together.
Correct?
And then if it's removed, the whole arch falls.
Correct?
That was the keystone, wasn't it, for your opinion?
Objection
Gasoline.
argumentative.
I'll allow it for cross.
Thank you.
I would never use the word keystone. It was an important piece of data.
Let's get back to the construction of the house. You didn't know the floor was nothing but OSB with some rugs on it, right?
I did not.
You didn't know there was exposed 2x4s around the framing, especially around the whole bay window area.
At the time of the investigation, I did not.
You didn't know there was a lot of other exposed wood.
Your Honor, can we take the...
Oh, sorry. Didn't even know I was doing it. Good, thank you. You didn't know there was a lot of exposed wood, uncovered, not drywalled, in that first floor, correct?
I did not.
And that certainly would add to the ability of a fire to spread, correct?
It would.
Because as you know, if it's a lot of drywall doesn't burn, right?
Correct.
Were you aware, sir, as you were trying to rule out these hypotheses, that there was no final electrical inspection?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that there was no final mechanical inspection?
I was not.
Were you aware that the house didn't even have a certificate of final occupancy?
I did not.
That'd be important data to know, right? In terms of evaluating electrical sources, mechanical, that kind of thing.
I did not have those information.
Pardon?
I did not have that information.
Now, you said you ruled out electrical as being a possible cause of the fire, right?
Correct.
Electrical fires happen all the time in this country, don't they?
Correct.
And they can happen behind the walls, right?
Yes.
And all of a sudden you have a sudden fire you didn't even know, right?
They happen in the walls.
Okay. You do not have expertise in electrical house wiring, do you?
I'm not a licensed electrician.
You are not an expert in the electrical wiring of a house, are you?
I am not.
I think it's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
You didn't?
It's a little different, but I'll allow it.
Go ahead.
I'm not.
Okay. And on September or January 8th, you didn't hire somebody to help you with the electrical examination, did you?
Your Honor, we approach
You ever heard of the phrase, know what you don't know?
Yes.
Smart to know what you don't know and stay in your lane. You ever heard of that phrase?
Correct. Yes, I've heard it.
Now, you don't have evidence, physical evidence of any ignition source, do you?
Physical evidence? No, there's no physical evidence of an ignition source.
Okay.
Well,
And
there is physical evidence of a potential ignition source. That's the fireplace
And candles,
and candles.
which you would have to rule out according to the scientific method
Correct.
by collecting data.
Correct.
You didn't collect data about the candles in your inspection, did you?
I did. The data for the candles were statements about the candles,
That they were
that they existed.
okay. They were open flames,
Correct.
and one open flame was candles, right?
Correct.
One open flame was a fuel lamp, correct?
I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't know the fuel lamp.
Okay. And one open flame was a fireplace.
Correct.
You don't know which of those open flames were involved in this fire, do you?
I don't know of which open flame is involved in the ignition,
Or any of them?
or any of them.
Okay. And you certainly don't know, well, let's talk about the gasoline on the pants. The gasoline on the sweatpants that tested positive, you said was a very, very important part of your conclusion.
I don't think I used that many varies. I think I just said important.
Okay.
Or,
Very important. Yes?
yes.
Okay. In fact, sir, you have no opinion on how long the gasoline had been on his sweatpants. Is that true?
That is correct.
Because you don't know where he was when he got gasoline on.
Correct.
You don't know when it happened in terms of what day.
I do not know when the gasoline got on the pants.
You don't know how it got there.
I do not know how the gasoline got on his pants.
You don't know how much gasoline was on his pants.
I do not know the exact amount of gasoline that went on his pants.
And you have no opinion as to how long it was on his pants, correct?
I have no opinion how long it was on his pants.
Therefore, you cannot rule out the logical possibility that it has nothing to do with this fire.
No.
Am I right?
No, you're not.
All right, let's back out. If you don't know how long the gasoline were on the pants, you don't know if he had gotten it on the pants a week before.
I know that the gasoline was on the pants.
100%.
At that
We know
time, I do not know when the gasoline got on his pants.
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
I'm sorry?
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
We do not.
But what you're doing is extrapolating, just saying he had gasoline on sweatpants, therefore gasoline must have been in the living room.
Because he was in the living room
Okay.
and near the area of origin.
Do you have any explanation for why his sweatpants didn't catch fire if they had gasoline on them?
They may have been covered, like a blanket or something may have been over them. They may have been something pushed together so there's not oxygen. Do I know exactly why? No, I don't.
Okay, when you're saying they may have, you're speculating.
I'm offering a speculative opinion.
Okay. And as an expert witness, do you think offering a speculative opinion is appropriate?
It is an informative statement. I do not know. Go ahead.
Would you agree that experts should not speculate or guess?
Opinions should come from a body of knowledge.
A body of scientific knowledge based on the scientific method, right?
Body of knowledge.
And as we agreed, garbage in equals garbage out, right?
Correct.
So if you're offering speculation as an opinion, what you're doing is misleading the jury, aren't you?
Sustained.
If you're offering speculation as an opinion, you're violating that.
It's asked
Excuse me,
and answered. It's asked and answered.
It's a different question.
I think it's asked and answered.
Let's talk about that red gas can in the front yard. Oh, one thing, let's go back. One thing that, in relying on Linda Stermer's statement that she was in the basement, she came upstairs, all of a sudden she saw the fire, right?
Correct.
Then she ran out of the house, right?
Correct.
And all the information you had that she was running around hysterical, correct?
Objection, that's passed on to evidence. He doesn't testify to that, Your Honor.
Did you learn that from your...
Yeah, allow it with the foundation.
Thank you. Did you read Mr. Shinsky's statement of Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Okay, did you read anything about what the witnesses said?
Correct. Yes, I did.
And they were describing her as hysterical, right?
There were some descriptions of that, yes.
Okay. So, given that information, you can't rule out the possibility that Linda Stermer was surprised by the fire when she saw it.
Objection, cause for speculation.
Fair? Based on the evidence he has.
Well, Your Honor, he's asking you to rule out Linda Stermer's surprise. How is he supposed to know how she reacted? He wasn't there.
I agree. It's cause for speculation. I'll sustain.
Okay. Let's talk about that red gas can that you picked up in the front yard. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You actually saw it the night before, didn't you?
I photographed, it was in a photograph the night before. I do not have an individual recollection if I took specific notice of it on the 7th.
If you thought it was important, you would have picked it up that night.
I don't know.
Well, you certainly know that in a potential crime scene, evidence can disappear, right?
Yes.
And as you testified earlier, you thought this might be a crime scene when you saw blood on the front bumper of the car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you took pictures, correct?
Correct.
And then, after that, you saw the gas can, but you didn't even pick it up.
I don't know if I saw the gas can or took notice of the gas can the evening of the 7th.
The next day, you picked it up, correct?
Correct.
Detective Rout, is she the one who pointed it out to you? Or she took a picture of it too?
I don't know if Detective Rout pointed it out to me or not.
Certainly possible that you wouldn't have even noticed it or thought of it important on the 8th.
I don't know what that question is.
You don't know how the gas can got there, correct?
I do not.
You don't know where the gas can was before it got there.
Correct.
You don't know who put it there.
Correct.
In fact, if I look at your photograph 116 in your package from B, that's the gas can in the front yard, the picture you took, correct? Yellow stickers in the bottom right.
Yeah, B, what?
116.
116. There is no 116 in here.
It would be then in your, well, the picture here, do you remember taking that picture?
I do remember the picture.
Remember looking at that picture in direct exam?
Yes,
Okay, it shows the gas can.
it does.
Do you recall taking a picture, a more close-up picture?
Yes.
And if we see this picture, close-up, see the gas can, it's all dirty and muddy,
I do.
and the spout is all muddy,
Correct.
and the rest of the spout is broken. The rest of the spout is to the left.
Correct.
As you sit here, sir, you have no idea if that gas can, 1 gallon gas can, has any connection to this fire, do you?
I do not.
Because to suggest that would be pure speculation on your part, correct?
Correct.
And it would be intellectually dishonest if you suggested it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, if anybody suggested that a gas can had anything to do with this case, that would be misleading the jury, wouldn't it?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't think that's relevant.
Sustain that objection, and it calls for speculation.
Give me 1 second here, Your Honor. I might be wrapping up. Oh. In order to arrive at your opinion that gasoline on the sweatpants means that it was there at the time of the fire, you're with me?
Correct.
You'd have to rule out that any time period between the time of the fire and when you got there 3 hours later, gasoline could have transferred then, right?
There was no evidence of that.
Okay, let's work through that real quick. Todd Stermer was found outside the house by neighbors, right?
Correct.
Neighbors, Matheny in particular, throws clothes on him, correct?
At some point, yes.
You finally learned later that it was Mr. Matheny's coat that had the gasoline, that tested positive for gasoline too, correct?
Later, I did learn that that was Mr. Matheny's coat that was sent to the lab.
You thought it was Todd Stermer's coat, but somebody mislabeled it, fair?
Somebody mislabeled it. I don't know if it was me or somebody mislabeled it.
Okay. So, you'd have to rule out the fact that maybe there was transfer of the gas from Matheny's coat to the sweatpants.
There was no indications of...
You would have to rule that out. That's a plausible theory.
Correct.
And that's why you do the whole scientific method.
Correct.
Then they transferred him in this dinghy boat called the John boat. Somebody describe it?
Yes.
And they transferred him to where he was finally found and workers worked on him, right?
Correct.
You would have to rule out that plausible scenario that maybe there was gasoline in that boat.
That was not a very plausible theory, but yes.
Okay. Even though you may not believe it, you still, as a scientific person, have to rule that out through the scientific method. True?
Correct.
Okay. So, and certainly, you know what expectation and confirmation bias is, right?
Yes.
NFPA cautions against that, correct?
Correct.
We talked about those as being a big no-no, right?
Have we?
Yes.
Previously, is that what you're
June?
saying? Yes.
Big no-no. Expectation bias is having an idea of what you think happened and then disregarding or ignoring evidence that doesn't fit, right?
Correct. It's not looking at all the data.
Confirmation bias is the flip side of the coin. Once you've arrived at a decision or an opinion, you ignore contradictory data, right?
Correct.
Both violate the scientific method, don't they?
Correct.
Because if you do receive new evidence, you have to then reevaluate. True?
Correct.
That's the proper way to do it.
Correct.
So, we have had testimony now that, and you smelled gasoline 3 hours later on Todd Stermer, right?
Correct.
Which led you to take the sweatpants.
Yes.
We've had testimony from 3 witnesses, Mike Matheny, Connie Calhoun.
I'm going to be objecting, Your Honor. I don't think he's aware of this testimony. He wasn't present in court to hear the testimony.
It's still setting a question, Your Honor.
Maybe just do it more as a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if 3 witnesses who were there, the first 3 people on the scene, said they didn't smell gasoline on Todd Stermer, you'd have to consider that, correct?
I wouldn't know what other people smelled or what they detected.
Have you told me in the past that you can't really consider that because sometimes people's memory are crazy when it's a stressful situation?
Oh, I never said the word crazy.
Not crazy. This was a chaotic situation, right?
Yes.
And when people are in chaotic situations, you've said that their memories aren't so good.
I don't recall saying that.
Have you been trained as a Michigan State Police detective or trooper detective on how to handle stressful situations?
I've had a lot of training. I don't know if anything specific on stressful situations.
Well, you do shoot training, don't you? Or didn't you?
I did.
So you can handle, if there's a shootout, handle the stressful situation, right?
Well, that's two different things when you're asking about handling stressful situations versus firearms training. That's two different things.
Okay. Have you had training, sir, to teach you how to deal with shootouts?
Objection hasn't answered, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Dances around the
Relevance.
question. Relevance?
What's the
It
relevance?
goes to how a trained professional might act in a chaotic situation versus a lay person.
Overrule it, I don't find it relevant.
You know, overrule the
I'm sorry,
objection.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Even though you didn't necessarily believe that the boat could have transferred gasoline, there could have been gasoline in the boat that transferred to a sweat. You remember that?
Yes.
You still have to. You just told us you still have to analyze that as a plausible.
Your Honor, this hasn't answered.
I don't remember this question,
Right.
so I'll allow it.
You don't have to, or you still have to analyze it via the scientific method, correct?
Consider the data.
Right. And which means you got to collect data
Collect data.
about the boat,
Correct.
so you can analyze it,
Correct.
so you can develop a hypothesis,
Correct.
so you can test.
Testing the hypothesis and the analyzation of the data collected.
Okay. Did you take a rag and wipe anything on the boat?
I did not.
Okay, that would be data, right?
That would be a form of data.
Did you get any witness statement from Linda Stermer or her children about anything about gasoline in the boat?
I have seen statements from her children.
I'm talking about, you took a statement, yeah, you heard a statement from Linda Stermer, you read it.
Correct.
I'm talking about before January 12th, when you wrote your report.
I don't know what information was relayed to me by other detectives about, I don't know, I forget the question, about comments from the family? Is that what the question was?
About the boat, specifically about the boat.
I didn't, the only information I was told is the boat was used to transport Todd from near the house to his final location.
Okay. And you did not collect any data from any individuals about whether there was gasoline in the boat, correct?
Objection hasn't answered.
He said he mentioned Linda Stermer. I'm just asking him, anybody else?
Ask about the boys again. I can't remember. I think you asked about the boys as well?
He did.
Okay. You can ask that again, because I can't recall his answer.
Sir, you did not collect any data regarding the possibility of gasoline in the boat, correct?
Objection hasn't answered, Your Honor.
I asked about various
Sounds
sources.
like
I'm
a good
wrapping it up right
winding
now.
up question,
I'm
Mr.
wrapping
Miller,
it
so
up.
assuming it's a wind-up question, I'll allow it.
Thank you. True?
I did not.
Okay. Which means you can't analyze it, correct?
Your
You
Honor, object.
can't.
Hasn't answered.
This is, it's really cumulative at this point, Mr. Mueller, so
Yes.
either move on or sit down.
If you didn't collect the evidence, you violated the scientific method with respect to that hypothesis, didn't you?
I've collected data from statements of people about the boat,
Before January 12th.
not before January 12th.
Okay, and it's not in your report,
This is not my report.
and it's never been in part of testimony, have it?
I don't recall if it's part of testimony.
And you didn't tell us about it this morning, did you?
No.
Okay. Give me 1 second to wrap up. let me just kind of wrap up and summarize what we talked about. You didn't take photographs of your excavation, right?
Objection, Your Honor. These have all been asked
I'm
and
just
answered. You don't
wrapping it up.
Asked and answered.
Do you believe, based on everything you did, that you properly documented your investigation?
Yes.
Do you believe that everything you did, you complied with all of the mandates of the scientific method?
Yes.
And NFPA 921, everything they say to do and don't do?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor. Give me a second for my housekeeping.
And then, counsel, you moved to admit just the one, the rest were demonstrative, correct?
I move to
I
admit
think the scientific method one.
that scientific method is D,
That was D?
and A and B, his photographs.
Okay, so we got the photographs. We thought we heard an L.
L was previously admitted.
Oh, okay.
Let me,
Is that your understanding, Mr. Blair? So
Yeah, that
the-
sounds about right,
just
is what
the-
we've gone through, Your Honor.
The scientific method one will admit, the others are demonstrative, other than the photos that were already admitted. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll take our lunch break, jury, and I'll have you come back at 1:15 to the jury room. Please, no media, no discussions with anyone. Jury's left. Any matters to address in our break, counsel? Any
Nothing,
matters
yes,
to
no,
address?
thank you.
Anything? Okay, thank you. are back on the record in the case of People versus Linda Stermer. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury? On the bench? Yeah. Okay, we'll bring in the jurors now. Welcome back, jury. And sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Blair, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, would you agree with me that as fire consumes fuel, it reduces the mass of that fuel?
Yes.
And so something that may have been this big, 3 or 4 feet, whatever, catches on fire, it may be reduced to something much smaller than that. Clarifying question.
I'll allow for clarification.
Yes.
You were asked, I believe, some questions by Mr. Mueller about a fire starting in a room, as we've described here in court, I guess, with Ms. Stermer being downstairs and Todd being up in the living room. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there a conceivable way that a person could be, well, let me rephrase the question. How does that, or is it conceivable that a fire could start in one room and somebody be in another room, but that person in the other room be responsible for pouring an accelerant or something like that in a room and catching fire?
Sorry. Objection, Your Honor. Both was speculated from possibilities. He's an expert. We talk about probabilities.
Direct response to his line of questioning, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection that's responsive to the cross-examination.
Yes, it is possible to pour a flammable liquid like gasoline in one room, and then as the vapor from that gasoline will spread and could potentially find an ignition source. Without, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So if there is an open flame in a room, such as a fireplace, and a person dumps gasoline in that room and then runs out and leaves, it is still conceivable that room could still catch fire.
Yes.
And Mr. Mueller, in fact, brought up Ms. Stermer's statement that she was downstairs in the laundry room doing laundry. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That also works on a presumption that Ms. Stermer is telling us the truth about her location in the house. Is that correct?
Now he's asking for credibility determination. Well, we already determined her to be credible. Never mind.
Is he
So
testifying?
you're withdrawing your objection?
I withdraw it.
Okay.
Ask that again.
Sure. We're working on certain presumptions here that the statement provided by Ms. Stermer is an accurate depiction of what happened on January 7th, 2007.
That is a presumption, yes.
Because what we know, based on your opinion, if it's fair to say, is that there was a fuel source, gasoline, in the living room, and it was exposed to an open flame, correct?
Correct.
Continuing to lead.
Clarify.
Yeah, there is a lot of leading, so if you can try to, I get you may need to do some for redirect, but.
Thank you. And that's kind of where I'm going. I have to lead a little bit to redirect, or else we're going to be here all day, Your Honor. So, we don't know what the source of the open flame necessarily was in the living room at the Stermer residence.
Exactly? No.
Could have come from the fireplace.
That's an option, yes.
Could have been someone threw a match on it,
That is a possibility.
or some other flame source.
Correct.
You were asked about Linda's clothing not testing positive for gasoline. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Is it possible to not get gasoline on your clothing when you're pouring gas?
Yes, it's possible.
It's also possible she could have changed clothes.
It's possible.
There are certain possibilities here that do exist that explain some of the evidence in this case. Is that a fair statement?
Leading again.
Clarifying, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for clarification.
Yes, it's possible.
You were asked about, and we're kind of cut off on this, so I'm going to kind of go on to this a little bit, Mr. Stermer's sweatpants. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And about how they did not, may or may not have burned. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there certain factors that play into how clothing burns or whether clothing might burn?
Yes, there's when
He literally
It's
asked.
responsive to cross-exam, I'll allow it.
So yes, when clothing, that all comes down to, depending on how it's formed or how it's placed, if there's something on it. And I, I briefly mentioned something, well, there could have been a blanket on his lap. That's kind of goes back to what I talked earlier in my testimony about putting leaves on top of a fire. It would like almost smother it. So if there's something over the sweatpants that may have prevented burning, or the fact, or how the sweatpants were placed. Are they stretched out? They hung on a line, or are they clumped up in a big wad? Those are all going to, that is all going to affect how or if they would burn.
Could be human intervention as well. For
Yes.
instance, if I'm on fire and I'm doing this with my hands and slapping the fire or brushing the fire out, that could put the fire out.
Potentially.
And you were also asked more questions about the statement of Ms. Stermer after Mr. Stermer exited the residence. Do you recall those?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Do you recall the testimony that, or the statement of Ms. Stermer where she described Todd as being on fire?
Yes.
So based on that statement, we would know Todd is on fire, but his pants did not burn. Fair?
Objection. Form of question and foundation.
Yeah, but if you could rephrase that, it calls for speculation.
Fair. Mr. Stermer was on fire based on that statement, correct?
Correct.
And we have evidence that he was burned. Was that fair?
Yes.
And there is some testimony or questioning about whether or not his sweatpants would have burned away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What we do know, I guess from what I'm trying to get at here, is while he was on fire, his sweatpants did not burn. Fair?
Objection. Form of the question again.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with it, but maybe more open-ended questions.
I'm having a hard time asking open-ended questions about this, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Without going thunder into an area. What I'm trying, I guess, to get at here is, well, you know what? I'll leave it where it is. I think I've covered it enough. NFPA 921 is a reference guide, correct?
Correct.
Are you expected to memorize NFPA 921?
No.
As being described as a reference guide, is that something you would reference if you need guidance or advice?
Yes.
When you're determining what data you collect that may or may not be relevant, are you relying on your training and experience?
Yes.
So based on your training and experience, you would know that some items contained at a fire scene have nothing to do with anything. Is that fair?
Yes, that's a decision that's made through training and experience.
Stop with the leading objection or leading question, despite reminders.
It's clarifying, Your Honor, and I'm just trying to get to the point of this redirect.
I'll allow it. I think it's just to get through this in a more efficient manner, so I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were shown a large poster board by Mr. Mueller about NFPA 921. Do you recall that?
Well, a couple of them.
Couple
yes.
of them.
Yes.
Fair. One of which was talking about an incendiary fire, I believe. Am I correct on that, or am I mistaken?
I don't recall that, but
Okay.
I might be wrong.
Well, I recall in your testimony you were trying to talk about an inference that you're allowed to make when it comes to an intentionally set fire. Do you recall that?
I don't think it was an intentionally set fire. It was any fire.
Any fire. Can you explain that to the jury, because Mr. Mueller cut you off before you could explain that?
You didn't need the comment.
Well, that's what happened, but fair enough. Your Honor.
Both of you are providing improper comment. I don't think the jury appreciates it, and I don't.
I apologize, Your Honor. So again, you were attempting to explain an inference that you're allowed to draw when it comes to fires, some fires. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
That was the discussion of your ignition source and the first fuel ignited, and then the third is the circumstance that brings them together. And this is not, that's for all fires, not just an intentionally set fire. In that same section, or in 921, it states that logical inferences can occur to bringing those two together. And one of the inferences specifically states where there's a flammable liquid present and you may not be able, you're likely or may not be able to find the actual ignition source.
Does it provide any other guidance other than that? Or is that the extent of it?
It guides to make sure you don't make that inference without proper evidence to say that there was a flammable liquid there. It cautions you not to make other inferences about bringing those two together.
So for instance, the inference that you're allowed to draw, if I'm clear on this, is that if there is an ignitable liquid in a room and an open source of flame, a logical inference can be drawn that the open flame set the ignitable liquid on fire, or the vapor.
I didn't hear a question mark on that one.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, it would allow, because of the flammable liquids in the room, it allows an inference that it came in contact with an open flame.
You were asked several questions by Mr. Mueller about your previous testimony in this case. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at that testimony.
On the stand, yes.
Okay. And at any point in time during that testimony, in the 2009 testimony, for instance, in that time frame, were you ever asked by anyone about first fuel ignited or anything along those lines, if you recall?
I don't recall being asked those specific questions.
You were asked about your report and there being, or excuse me, your testimony and there being two able-bodied persons at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that was a circumstance, I believe.
Yes.
Can you explain kind of more to the jury about what you mean by that?
And it's true, there's nothing in any of the reference material about able-bodied people. That is more of a common sense, a common sense observation about able-bodied people being able to self-rescue.
Not a human factor. He's testifying what typical people would do. You wouldn't let me get into what Linda Stermer might react, how she might react.
I'm gonna allow it based on his expertise, if he can.
He's testifying based on his own common sense, is what he even indicated, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So, I guess you were explaining it was kind of a common sense thing. Can you kind of expound on that?
Well, I kind of explained to it. There's no, is there any scientific background? No. That I know of. Let me rephrase that. But it's, if I've seen in past fire investigations that there's somebody in the house who is able and discover a fire, they typically take some sort of action. Escape, call for help, go and try to save pets or something like that. There's usually some sort of action.
And when we're talking about maybe a slower building fire versus a faster fire, a slower fire such as electrical or something like that, would that be something that you would maybe expect somebody to notice?
It does call for speculation. So.
Have you investigated electrical fires before?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity, have you had the opportunity to observe the damage and what they look like?
Yes.
And so, I guess to kind of get to the point, when you rendered your opinion that this was not an electrical fire, were you basing that based on your experience?
Yes.
Kind of seems like a silly question, but you talked about the oil lamps that were at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do those generally contain gasoline?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I asked if they generally contain gasoline.
Oil,
The oil lamps.
objection, call from to speculate. No foundation there.
Overruled.
You wouldn't find, I wouldn't expect to find those, because if you put gasoline in an oil lamp and light the wick, the fire is going to be bad. It's going to be very big and very quick. More than a person would expect from igniting a lamp with lamp oil in it.
Very good. Kind of goes without saying, but does gasoline emit an odor?
I can smell gasoline.
And does gasoline, is it a, to your knowledge, a fairly unique odor?
Liquid petroleum products have a unique odor.
You were asked about the boat hypothesis by Mr. Mueller. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
How was this boat described to you?
It was initially described to me as a toy boat.
Made of what material?
I wasn't told initially.
But a toy boat.
A toy boat.
Now, as part of your training and experience, are you allowed to, for lack of a better word, exclude hypotheses that just simply don't make sense?
Yes.
And in your training and experience, did that make sense to you that there would be gasoline in a toy boat?
It did not.
I'll try not to plow over too much old ground, sir, but you keep calling this a guide and a reference manual. This is the guide used by all fire investigators around the world, isn't it?
I can't speak to all fire investigators around the world,
How
but
about
in the United States, that is the main guide for fire investigation.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about possibilities. Is this possible about this? You remember that?
Yes.
You are a forensic expert, are you not?
I've never been called a forensic
All
expert.
right, you're a fire cause and origin expert, are you not?
Yes.
You rely on the scientific method and scientific principles, correct?
I rely on data, sometimes scientific, sometimes other.
You don't deal in the world of possibilities, do you? Anything's possible, right?
Well, the possibilities are part of drawing a hypothesis.
And when you come to an opinion, it's based on probabilities and on evidence you find. Is that not right?
And then the hypotheses are checked by analyzing the data with it.
Right. So, you were talking about electrical fires you've investigated, despite the fact that you've admitted you're not an expert in electrical, correct?
There's a big difference between an expert and knowing something about electrical fires.
Yes. But you're an expert witness. You understand that all fires are unique.
Some of them have similarities, but there's a great vast of different fires.
So you can't paint it with a broad brush. I've seen some electrical fires, so they exhibit all these same characteristics. Fair?
I never said that.
And you wouldn't say that.
I would not say that.
Because that would be intellectually dishonest, wouldn't it?
I would not say that.
Oh, it wouldn't be intellectually dishonest.
I'm going to call it Jeff argumentative.
I think he was just responding to your past question that you were rephrasing. So,
You talked about the smell of gasoline,
Yes?
right? And you said, I can smell liquid petroleum products. There are several of those, right?
Correct.
Right. You can't distinguish that's gasoline versus some other kind of product that might be close. Fair?
I would never smell liquid petroleum. I would identify it, but I would never try to make a determination of what it is without a laboratory exam.
Fair enough, because your nose is just like every other nose. You can kind of smell it. Smells like it, but I don't know.
Correct.
And you wouldn't go out on a limb, would you?
On smell alone?
Yes.
No.
All right. You were asked questions about testimony you gave in 2009 and 2010 under oath. Remember that?
Yes?
And you were asked, well, you weren't at... You're
I'm
right.
sorry. No, I'm fine. I've got somebody over here.
You were asked questions about, you didn't get asked about for ignition source and first fuels. Remember that question?
Yes.
It is incumbent upon you as the expert who's going to testify to the cause of a fire to tell the folks who are listening what the ignition source is, correct?
Yes.
And the first fuel, correct?
But those buzzwords may not have been used. But yes. I would tell them that what the ignition source and the first fuel.
Trial is not a cat and mouse game, is it?
It is not.
All right, so it's not about you don't ask, I don't tell. Fair?
I typically answer the questions that are asked. I try not to just start talking.
But you didn't volunteer in any of those hearings as we talked about ignition source or first fuel. Fair?
I can't remember.
I'm following up on his recross or redirect. And in terms of slower or faster fire, you were asked some questions about that, remember?
Yes,
Slower and faster, those are relative terms, right?
they are.
All right. You don't use those. You're not supposed to use those, correct?
It is very subjective.
It's cautioned against by
Yes.
921
Correct.
to say anything's abnormally fast.
It is cautioned.
Right. Because there, as we explained, there are so many factors that go into the speed of a fire.
920 says you can discuss it, but you should be cautioned to making that your sole piece of data, making a decision.
Let's talk about this idea of inferring something without evidence. It's called negative corpus, is it not?
No. In negative, that is not the definition I've heard of negative corpus. I know what negative corpus is.
Negative corpus is supplying an ignition source and a first fuel where you don't have affirmative evidence of it. Negative corpus without the body, right?
Negative corpus means without the body.
Right. So you're supplying an ignition source and a first fuel without affirmative evidence of it, correct?
Well, the affirmative evidence is the fire itself.
All right. Let me direct you to, if I can, the appropriate use of negative corpus. Identifying the ignition source for a fire by believing to have eliminated all ignition sources found, known, or suspected to have been present in the area of origin, and for which no supporting evidence exists, is referred to as negative corpus. You agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay. Determination of the ignition source must be based on data or logical inferences drawn from that data, correct?
Correct. Logical inferences.
And in fact, section 4.3.6.1 tells us any hypothesis that is incapable of being tested either physically or analytically is an invalid hypothesis, correct?
That is correct.
Goes on to say, a hypothesis based on the absence of data is an example of a hypothesis that is incapable of being tested, which means that's an invalid hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
And you suggest inferences that you can make based on an absence of data. The authorities that you look to say only when it's clearly defined, correct?
the logical inferences were made from data.
And it can only be used in those limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined.
Correct.
Now, you previously told us that John Lentini and his scientific protocols is an authority that is referenced, correct?
I guess I'm going to object. I think we're getting beyond the scope of redirect here.
No, he talked about the negative corpuses and inferences.
I'll allow it, I can go beyond the scope, but it's getting cumulative.
True. Clearly defined.
What question?
You can only use negative corpus, this absence of evidence, under limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined, correct?
Correct.
And John Lentini tells us on page 128, clearly defined means that anyone, even somebody completely untrained in the investigation of fires, could look at the damage and unhesitatingly, without fear of contradiction,
I guess I'm going to object. I think this is
point at this is the authority, this is learned treatise.
This is a record, the book, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
I mean, how much of this are you going to?
just one more sentence. If I-
Okay, after this quote, we're done. And I'm not going to have you read the whole book to the jury.
It's 2 sentences, Your Honor.
That's why I'm asking how many sentences. We'll see if it's 2.
Without fear of contradiction, point at the location and state that's where the fire started. That would be clearly defined, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, it took you with all your training to define the area of origin, in this case, as a living room that's 20 by 20.
That's correct.
And you can't tell this jury anywhere in this area of origin where that fire started, fair?
The area of origin is clearly defined as the first floor living room.
So according to the authorities that I just read, somebody, like any of us, ought to be able to find exactly, looking at that evidence, all that damage, and find out exactly that the living room was the area of origin.
Object to the argument, but Your Honor, I think that some of the questions are proper as well.
It goes right to the impeachment.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
In this case, we have a potential crime scene, you testified, right?
Yes.
We have a 7-foot pile of debris that you claim you excavated that's missing.
I didn't say it was missing. There's a pile of debris outside.
That 7-foot high pile you didn't see, did you?
I did not see a 7-foot pile in the photographs.
And you didn't record it.
I did not
Record
photograph
it.
it. Is that what you mean, recording?
Photograph it.
Correct.
In fact, so when you told us you looked for photographs of the excavation, you just couldn't find them. Remember you told us that yesterday?
Yes.
That's technically true. You looked and you couldn't find them, correct?
Yes.
Because you didn't take them, correct?
That's probably what happened.
So technically, what you told us was true, a half-truth. I looked and I couldn't find them. What you didn't tell us was that it's because you didn't take any pictures. Fair?
I don't have a specific recollection of taking that photograph. A photograph of the post-excavation.
Or during excavation.
I do not have a direct recollection of photographs during the excavation.
Famous last words, but last question. There was no gasoline found other than Todd Stermer sweatpants in the area of origin. Is that correct?
I was unable to locate any gasoline in the living room due to the heavy destruction of the living room.
So you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the living room other than Todd Stermer sweatpants. Fair?
Todd Stermer sweatpants were in the living room. Correct.
That wasn't the question. Other than Todd Stermer's sweatpants, you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the area of origin.
I cannot.
I know I said last question. I know I said it, Your Honor, but I just have one further area. All right. Like I said, famous last words. Thank you.
Did you employ a negative corpus analysis, or however it's described in this case?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what that means, since we didn't really get into what it means?
Negative corpus used to be used a lot in fire investigation improperly when a fire investigator would go to a house, didn't have any evidence or data of what started the fire, and jump to the conclusion, well, if I didn't find it, it must be this. It must be an incendiary fire. It must be accidental. That is improper. Now, it's typically the process of elimination is used by examining the data.
Thank you. And based on the evidence you collected, do we know whether or not Todd Stermer was in the area of origin?
We do.
And do we know whether or not his sweatpants were in the area of origin?
We do.
And those would be the sweatpants that, again, tested positive for gasoline.
Correct.
And do we know if there was an open flame in the living room?
All the data suggests there is.
And what was that?
The remnants of a log in the fireplace and statements from Linda Stermer and, I believe, other witnesses.
And still ask a couple questions, Your Honor. This case has been going on since 2007, correct?
Correct.
Would that be almost 18 years?
Yes.
In that time, have you reviewed all of the evidence that may have been collected in this case?
I do not know if I've reviewed all of the evidence collected. I have reviewed a lot of the evidence.
Has there been any evidence brought to your attention that calls into question your opinion that this was an intentionally set fire?
No.
If it had, would you hesitate to change your opinion?
I would not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Miller?
Todd Stermer was certainly in the area of origin at the instant the fire started, do you believe?
Yes.
Linda Stermer was not in the area of origin at the instant of the fire starting, correct?
There's no evidence that she is.
And you found, based on your testimony, you found her to be credible, correct?
Objection, that's calling me dead.
That's not, the jury decides credibility, not the witnesses.
Your Honor, if I may, he determined it as reliable. I'll say reliable.
I'm sustaining the objection.
You found her statement to be reliable because you depended on that.
I've sustained the objection. Move on.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Are you done?
We are done, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jury, your turn. Any questions of this witness? Okay, they're coming in. one of you wins the best handwriting of the trial award with your questions today. So you get free water. And I have no objection from counsel, sir. Some questions from the jury. Were any fingerprints taken on the gas can left in the front yard collected at 1:40 January 8?
I did not collect any fingerprints. I just collected the can.
Any evidence of a phone landline wiring during the excavation?
I did not locate any, but I also wasn't specifically looking for telephone communications during the excavation.
Do you know what happened to the, quote, container that Todd Stermer was transferred in from near the house to away from the house? Did you ever see it?
What's been referred to as a toy boat. I have never seen it.
For this specific investigation, did you already determine origin and cause before excavating the site?
No.
Do you believe investigating a fire is best to do right away or days later?
That depends on the case, of course. In this case, I am a strong advocate of not investigating a scene at night, especially right after the active fire. Because active fire, even if the fire's out, the scene is still steaming. There's a lot of steam coming off, so fogs up camera lenses and you can't see as well. And it's just, I always prefer to do investigation in the daylight. I've done them days after, but it's always better the sooner to the event, and the sooner to the event possible is always better.
Is there ever a scenario in an investigation for you to return to the site?
Yes.
Was there any reason for you to return, in your professional opinion?
This question is going to call for 18 years of experience since the fire and a lot of hindsight. So, and that's yes. In hindsight and more experience, I could have returned. It would have taken some more hoops to jump through to get there, but I could have.
When you arrived at the house and were told it could potentially be a crime scene, did you take into consideration while doing your investigation that Ms. Stermer's interview may not have been accurate?
I would have taken Linda Stermer's interview at just face value, not just take it at face value and not try to determine truthfulness or not truthfulness, because I wouldn't have enough information, so I would just take it at face value.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes. You took Linda Stermer's statement at face value, correct?
Yes.
But her statement as to the origin of the fire also corroborated the physical evidence that you had found, correct?
Yes.
Which was the area of origin living room as opposed to the kitchen or dining room.
Correct.
So that was consistent, and that physical evidence corroborated her statements, correct?
Correct.
And her statements corroborated your physical investigation.
Correct.
Now, certainly you were aware of this boat that Todd Stermer had been transferred in,
Yes,
because it's in your report.
correct.
You just chose not to consider it, fair?
I did not look at it.
And you certainly could have requested that the gasoline can that was found in the front yard be tested for fingerprints. That's within your purview.
I could have, but I left that to the other detectives on the case.
And as to return to that question about returning to the scene, you certainly could have returned to the scene. Nothing prevented that.
Correct.
And are you telling us, based on now 18 more years of experience, you would have returned to take pictures of the excavation that you knew you had to take before?
No, I never said that. I would return to document more evidence.
Okay. You would have, I'm sorry.
I would have returned probably with Jim Shinsky.
You would have returned to document more evidence, but you knew in 2007, as a 6-year veteran, you need to document evidence.
Yes,
And a digital camera is simply just pushing a button.
correct.
You took 138 pictures, right?
Correct?
But again, as you said, you simply forgot.
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered.
And any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. And you're still done?
Yes.
Mr. Blair? Jury, do you have any other questions of this witness? Okay, I've got a hand going up. I think one. Objection from counsel. Did you note any fuel in the cans in the shed?
I did not.
Thank you. Questions? Any questions, lawyers, in light of that?
No.
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Any more from the jury? Nope. Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done. And is he excused from his subpoena obligation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excused? Agreed, counsel?
Yes.
To excuse him? Thank you, sir. You're all done. And Ms. Siderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could call Cynthia Deloach to the stand, please.
Excuse to read orders, yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please have a seat. And then you can move that microphone right up to your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Okay.
And if you could start by telling us your full name and spelling the last, please.
Okay. Cynthia Deloach, D-E-L-O-A-C-H.
Thank you. Ms. Siderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Deloach, you don't have to tell me your exact address, but where do you live? What city or township?
Lawrence.
How long have you lived there?
Since 1980.
And did you, while living in Lawrence, have an opportunity to know who Todd Stermer was?
In passing, like at the gas station where I had worked, I had seen him there. I also worked at the school, so sporting events, things like that, I knew of him.
Knew of him?
Yes.
And did you know Linda Stermer?
In the same way, yes.
Yeah. Had you seen them at school?
Yes.
And were you familiar with their children?
Yes.
And did you have children in school at the time?
My children were older than them, but my nephew was very close to one of the boys. So yes, I had seen him in numerous places.
And so when you say one of the boys, you mean one of the Stermer boys?
Yes, yes.
Do you recall where you were working on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I was at the Marathon gas station in Lawrence.
Right there in Lawrence?
Yes.
And what was your position at that time?
I was the cashier there.
And how long did you work there?
A total of 18 years, but I think at the fire time it wasn't, maybe 5 or 6.
Okay.
So,
And you brought up at the time of the fire, do you remember the day of the fire?
yes, I do.
Why do you remember the day of the fire?
I just remember the fact we're a small town, and I worked that morning. My husband and I had taken our son to the movie in Coloma. We were on our way home. We had to pull over for the Hartford Fire Department coming down Red Arrow. We got to like Red Arrow and 681, and then we pulled over for the Bangor Fire Department also that were coming into town.
And later on, did you learn then what those fire trucks were going to?
Yes, but when they were coming into town, I had said to my husband, I said, we should follow them, because I was worried about my parents. They were old, and it was always a big thing when we heard a siren in the family. We always called my mom and dad to make sure they were okay. So we were heading towards their direction, and the fire trucks went around the curve, so we just took the big block and went home because it didn't go in the direction of my parents.
You just wanted to make sure they weren't
Yeah.
pulling into your parents' driveway?
Yes.
And you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you become aware that the fire trucks were going to the Stermer residence?
When we went around the curve, you could see them heading down 215, but I didn't know what driveway they were pulling into, no. But later in the evening, through my sister-in-law, is how we had heard of the fire.
Have you been to the Lawrence gas station recently?
Yes.
Is it set up the same as it was when
No.
you worked there?
No, it's totally different now. It's all opposite. Like, it's bigger. The entrance is at the other end now. The register is at the other end of the station. So everything is completely different.
Is it kind of flip-flop?
Yes, yes.
And what was your typical shift that you would work on like a Sunday?
7 till noon.
Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer, I'm sorry, I thought you were stopping me for a moment. Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer the day that you were working on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I do.
And that would have been before you saw the fire trucks then later
Oh,
that
yeah.
evening?
Yes, long before that.
During your shift?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about seeing Ms. Stermer at the gas station that day.
I remember her pulling into the station because she had made an outside purchase at the pump. So the reason I knew it was outside because it makes a dinging inside, and we have to clear the register and turn the pump on. And I remember her pulling in like on the west side of the parking lot and then pulling up to pump 3, which would put her on the south side of the pump right next to the building. So my view was right out the window to that.
So you have a clear view of
Yes, ma'am. With the old station, yes.
with the old station, and you said you recalled her, you knew she was at pump 3,
Yes.
and you had to look out before you turned the pump on, is that right?
Yes, because the lady that owned the station was always you had to check first in case a credit card didn't work or something. You would know who the person was if they were to like pull away when they were done.
It was a safety feature.
Yes, yes.
And tell me what you saw when you looked outside that day.
She had, I'm not as positive if it was like my mom's old car, and she had a Blazer. So you turned the glass, and then you lifted up the top.
Where are you talking about where the glass and the handle would be located?
In the very back of the vehicle.
So in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you described it as like a glass with a handle?
Right, and you would just, pick it up, and then the window would go up to the top.
Kind of like where the trunk would be, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you described, you saw Ms. Stermer then opening up that glass
Yes.
and lifting it up?
Yes.
And then what did you see?
Her putting the hose into the car, not into the gas pump, into the gas tank, into the back window.
So when you say not into the gas tank, you mean the tank of the car?
Correct.
And you distinctly remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, you couldn't see what she was pumping into, is that correct?
No, I could not.
But you distinctly saw her putting the hose through the half window into the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what you saw after that?
No, because I'd gone about what else I was doing. You know, she was done out there, and then she had came back into the station, though, after that.
So when one transaction is done, are you alerted at that time?
Yes, it dings that it's all done.
So then, did you hear that ding?
Yes.
And did you see her at that point?
I saw her outside of the station.
And then what did she do after that?
She came into the station then.
And then what did she do in the station?
She had made a comment. I remember we both were speaking to each other about the fact that she was happy that the lady that owned the station carried things in the store that, you know, like breakfast food, you know, food of any type or whatever. And she purchased a few things, and then she was done.
Do you recall what she purchased?
No. Mm-mm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, what's actually been admitted is People's Exhibit 30-1 and 30-2. Okay. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, this is register tapes that we, when they're empty, when we're done with them, they go underneath the counter in a box. Yes.
And do you recognize the flat piece of paper, which is then 30-2?
Yes, it's a receipt.
I'm going to go ahead and put that receipt up on the screen. And I'm going to have you then describe the receipt and what we're looking at. So I'm going to start at the top of the receipt, so you can either use it from the screen or from what you have in front of you.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at the top of the receipt here, this top section?
The top section is a purchase of gas that someone had made for $10 up top, at the very top.
So when you say at the very top, you're talking the $10, you're
Yes.
talking the 10, the number 10 right up here?
Yes,
Okay. And how do you know that that's gas?
because it says unleaded fuel pump 2.
Unleaded fuel pump 2.
Yes, number sign 02. So it's, mine is higher than yours. I mean, mine shows more than what's showing up
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. So you're
Okay.
you're higher.
Yes.
I apologize. So that is a different transaction on pump 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I was probably confusing you.
That's
so I'm
okay.
going to have you go beneath that $10 and then
Okay.
just go ahead and then start telling me then what is beneath the $10, which I'm going to say which would be starting at this line. If you could then read that to me. Like, just explain that portion.
Okay, the pump 3 one?
Yes, the pump 3 part.
Okay, it says outdoor sale, pump number 3. It gives the date of 1/7/07 at 10:07. And it was an authorization that the pump was cleared and that the credit card had been used. And then it also gives the approval code for your the approval of the credit card.
So is the approval code this long number here that I've got my dot on? Is that the approval code?
No, the approval number is 0075 or 7598 in the amount of 1101.
I'm going to have you show me on the receipt where we're looking at here.
Okay, so here's the authorization and here's the approval code right here. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Blair. Can you go down farther? I'm not far enough down. That's why. Okay, so the authorization code you're looking at is right here.
Yes.
The 007598. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it says the outdoor sale pump 3, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the date you're referring to of January 7th of 07 at 10:07, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, were you aware if that 10:07 was the correct time?
No, it wasn't, because when the time changed in the fall, Sue, our owner, did not manually change the register.
So it would have been an hour off?
Right.
Would
so
the correct time have been, do you know what the correct time?
9:07.
9:07.
Yes.
Okay. And so this shows the outdoor sale pump, the approval code. Where's the amount then for the outdoor sale?
It's amount 1101, right next to the approval code.
Oh,
See amount 1101.
right here, right where my dot is?
Yes.
And so that would have been the amount of the outdoor sale, 1101.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we continue down, and you, what is this long number, the account number?
The account number of the credit cards used.
Okay. And then if we then move down a little bit farther, we see taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable. What is that?
Those were the items that were purchased in the store.
In the store.
Yes.
And that would have been then the numbers we're looking at here, $1.29, $2.29, $1.59, $2.49, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been a total then of $7.74?
Correct.
And you said this is inside.
Yes.
And how do you know it's inside?
Because I rang it up inside with her card, in the inside sale.
And then if I go down to the next section where it says MasterCard, can you then describe what we're looking at here with these names and numbers?
Right. It says the MasterCard was used. It was Todd J. Stermer's card, the account number that is on the card, and then it also has the approval that it went through on that.
Would that be that authorization number?
That would be the account. Yes, ma'am.
Right here, the 007233?
Yes.
Okay. And then that also has the date and time?
Yes,
And what's that?
10:09, 10:09, but it would be 9:09.
909. And same date of January 7th, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know what non-taxable and taxable items are?
Well, non-taxable would be anything you could eat.
So non-taxable then would be anything you could eat.
Right.
Could be a candy bar, could be eggs, could be anything.
Right,
Okay.
right.
And and then taxable would be anything you can't eat?
Correct.
Okay. And I want to ask you about these numbers. So the long number I asked you about up here,
Yes.
the 55809, several numbers,
Yes.
is that the same number that we're looking at then on the indoor portion?
Yes, it is. It's the same credit card used.
Same credit card used outside as used inside?
Yes.
Anything else on this receipt that would be pertinent then to that indoor sale or that outdoor sale that I'm missing?
No, I don't think so.
And did you see anybody else with Linda Stermer that morning?
No, there was not.
She was by herself. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Nobody came to you right away, or let me rephrase that. Did somebody come to you immediately after the fire to talk to you about this transaction?
Not immediately, no.
No. How did it come about that you became involved?
There was a person that always shopped in the gas station, Deputy Wydick, and Tim would always ask me, did someone talk to you yet? And I said, no. Whenever they need to talk to me, they'll find me. I would tell him all the time.
I'm going to object to that. It's hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not offering for the truth of the matter, only that how she became involved in the investigation, Your Honor.
I'll allow it to explain her late statement.
So don't tell me maybe exactly what deputy, you said Wydick?
Yes.
Yes, so he would come into the store? Mm-hmm. He would bring it up to you?
Yes.
And at some point then, did you call somebody, or how did you become involved after you talked to him?
I came home one day and there was a card on my front door to get a hold of Mr. Maziowski at the Sheriff's Department.
And so did you do that at that time?
Yes, I had called him as soon as I came in the house and had that card.
Were you expecting that call?
No.
Did you want to be involved?
No.
But yet you called Detective Maziowski?
Yes, and he asked me if we could meet together. He had asked me to come that day, but I couldn't come that day. I went the next afternoon.
And then you explained to him what you explained to this jury today?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Loach,
Yes.
how long have you stated that you, first of all, you stated that you have worked at this Marathon. Is it a convenience store or is it a gas station?
It is both. It's a convenience store, gas station. It is a bigger convenience store now that has a new owner.
Okay. And the location of it was where?
On West St. Joseph Street in Lawrence.
And you stated that it has been completely redesigned? Okay. In the 18 years that you worked as a cashier at the Marathon service station, have you ever seen anyone pull up to the gas pump, get out of their car, open up the trunk of their car?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone pull up to the pump in an SUV, get out of the car, open up the back hatch of the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. On multiple occasions, right?
Yes.
Didn't find anything suspicious about that either, would you?
No.
Okay. Now, on the date of January the 7th of 2007, what was the weather like?
It was a little bit chilly in the morning when I went into work. It was winter time still, so I would say cold.
Was it raining?
No, not in the morning.
Had it snowed? Was it snowing?
No. We had snow prior, but it wasn't snowing that morning, no.
Was the sun out?
I think it kind of was a little bit.
Do you wear glasses?
Yes.
Okay. In 2007, were you wearing glasses?
I don't remember if I had my glasses. I think I probably did, yes.
Do you know whether or not you was wearing your glasses? That day on January the 7th of 2007?
No, I probably wasn't because I didn't need them as much back then as I do now.
Do you know what your vision is in 2007?
No, pretty well, I guess. I don't know.
You didn't know what your vision was?
No.
Did you have to wear your glasses to read, or?
Like I said, I didn't wear glasses as much back then as I do now. I just didn't. My vision was probably pretty good back then.
But you had to have glasses? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, did you know Miss Linda Stermer prior to January the 7th of 2007?
I knew of her, yes.
How did you know of her?
Like I said, we lived in a small town. I also worked a full-time job at the school. So I've seen them at sporting events, school events, in-town events, you know.
Okay. Just as common residents of the area, right?
Not close friends. I didn't know her on a personal basis, no.
You've never been to her house?
No.
Okay. Never met her husband, or
No.
had you?
At the gas station. I have him and the boys used to rent movies there quite a bit.
Okay. And what all does the gas station sell?
Gas, alcohol, groceries, chips, you know.
Lottery tickets?
Yes.
Were you at the time part of the custodian of records there at the gas station?
Could you repeat that?
I say, did you have anything to do as the custodian of the records at the gas station?
No, I did not.
You did not.
No.
And you stated that the time that you referenced to on the receipt that was shown on the screen, that this time was 9:03, but you stated that that was, or is it 10:03, 10:06:55, but you stated that wasn't the correct time?
Correct.
And that was because the owner didn't want to change?
She manually, when the time changed, she manually did not remember to change it in the register.
So it was an hour earlier
Yes.
that you would say that your observation of what you saw of Miss Stermer would
Yes.
have been 9:06, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did Miss Stermer come inside the store and have a conversation with you about any purchasing of any other items other than the gas?
She came in and purchased some items in the store, yes.
Okay. Did she have a conversation with you?
She just said she was just picking, it was very nice of the lady that owned the station, that she carried grocery items there. It was very small talk.
Okay. So the purchase of the gasoline, was it purchased inside the store or was it purchased at the pump?
That was purchased at the pump.
Was it purchased at the pump?
Yes.
With the same credit card that
Yes.
the other items inside the store was purchased with?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where were you? Well, let me just go back. After Ms. Stermer purchased the items and left, you didn't have any reason to suspect anything about any unusual activity that occurred at that pump by Ms. Linda Stermer, right?
No, I did not.
Absolutely nothing that would give you any reason to think that anything was done that would be suspicious, right?
No.
She was just a common customer like all your other customers, right?
Correct?
Okay. And you heard about a fire later on that evening, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know where the fire was, right?
Not when I saw the fire trucks. No, I did not.
Okay. And when did you find out where the fire was?
When I spoke with my sister-in-law, who is my nephew is a friend of one of the Stermer boys, and that's when I found out. It was much late into the evening.
Okay. And did you make a statement that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day at the service station, at the gas station?
I don't think I did.
You didn't?
I don't think so.
That wouldn't have been something that would have caught your attention, the fact that you had seen the mother of one of the sons whose house had been burned, that you had seen them?
When I was on the phone with my sister-in-law, I said I had seen them in the morning. I had seen them in the day, but I said that's horrible. I mean, it was enough out of sadness. I had seen, you know.
Yeah. But my question is that in a small town, you hear the fire trucks, you later on find out that the fire was at a location of a home of someone that you didn't know real well, but you knew them as town residents
Right.
because of the school activities, and that you had also seen one of the parents at your location where you worked that morning. So when your sister called you and told you,
Your Honor, is this a question?
well,
I mean, I
yes, it's going to be a question, Judge.
Very long testimonial here.
Well,
We could
it's
just
going
ask
to be
the
a question, Judge.
Yeah, if you could get to the question, please.
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day
Asked
at the
and
store?
answered. She just answered that she did say that. She said, you know, how horrible she saw him. She already answered the question.
Did she answer the question, Judge?
I'll let you ask that last question again.
Yes. That's the question.
Yeah, just the question, your last question about, did you tell?
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that
I
day?
said to my sister-in-law, oh my God, I had seen her this morning. Yes.
You
And I
did?
said, what a horrible tragedy.
Yeah. And you told her that you'd seen her?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. That's all I want to know. Now, who was the other person that you stated that you had a conversation with about Miss Stermer?
I don't understand what he's getting at.
Did you have a conversation with someone else after you talked to your sister about Miss Stermer coming to the gas station?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. How did you wind up having a card at your home from Detective Macioski?
Probably from Detective Wydick.
Okay. Detective
Or
Wilder?
a policeman Wydick. I don't know. A deputy, I should
Did
say.
you have a conversation with him?
Not that day, no.
But I just said, did you have a conversation?
I wouldn't really call it a conversation. He would just come in and ask me if I spoke to anybody from the sheriff's department. I would say, no, Tim, no, I haven't.
Let me ask you this. Was it a common practice for this detective to come, this deputy to come into the gas station and ask you, had you had a conversation with anybody from the police department or the sheriff's department?
It was common for Tim to say anything he wanted to people. He was a very open person, I guess.
Okay. And being an open person, he just asked you, did you know what?
He asked me if I was in contact with anyone, and I said, if they need me, they know where I'm at, is all we ever spoke.
Why would he ask you if you had been in contact with
Objection, Your
anyone?
Honor.
I don't know.
One. That does call for speculation, I'll sustain.
Did he tell you why he was asking you if you had been in contact with anyone?
No.
And who was the anyone he was talking about? If you know.
This calls for speculation, I'll sustain the objection.
And at some point in time, you stated that you received a card, you had a card at your house,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
In your door
Yes.
from Detective Macioski.
Correct.
And you contacted Detective Macioski.
After I received the card, yes, I did.
What did you have to go and have an interview with Detective Macioski?
Yes.
Where?
At the sheriff's department at his office.
Okay. So what did you tell Detective Macioski?
I answered all the questions that he had for me.
He already had questions for
Well,
you?
he asked me, did I work that day? I said yes. He asked how long I was at the gas station that day. He asked if I had waited on Mrs. Stermer. I said yes. So, yes. I guess the basic questions he needed answered.
And that was it?
Yes.
You didn't tell Detective Macioski that you saw Miss Stermer putting gasoline in any other part of the car other than the gas tank?
Whatever questions he asked me, I answered to him. I don't remember exactly what questions word for word he asked, but the gas was discussed that day.
You said what?
I said the gas was discussed that day. He asked me if she purchased gas, and I said yes.
Okay. And did you tell him that you saw anything unusual about her purchasing the gasoline?
I just told him that she pulled up to the pump, she opened up her back window just like I had said, and she put the hose into the vehicle and started pumping the gas into the vehicle.
In the vehicle?
Yes, not through the gas tank, into the back window of the vehicle.
And you saw that?
Yes, through the window.
Where were you at in the gas station?
Right in front. There was the whole front of the gas station was windows.
Do you recall testifying in a prior hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
You were asked in a prior hearing.
Your Honor, I'd ask that he ask this in a proper form, and he wants to ask if she remembers testifying, and she needs to have her memory refreshed before he just starts going on to the question.
I just asked her, did she recall testifying in a prior hearing, Judge? And if she would just let me, you recall testifying in a prior hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
You recall testifying that the gas the gas was being pumped in the car?
Through the window, I said yes.
You don't recall it?
Pardon me?
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were asked, you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you?
I did not see a container or a can, no.
I'm sorry, you said you didn't see a container or...
A container or a gas can,
can,
yes.
And your answer was
Something.
no, right?
Pardon me?
And your answer was no, right? You
Yes.
didn't see...
No.
Did you see Ms. Stermer making any other type of moves other than just standing there by the car?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No. She was just standing there.
And you never saw a container?
No, I did not.
And after she purchased the gasoline, did she come back into the store
Yes, she did.
and purchase some other items?
Yes.
And you only had one interview with Detective Maciowski in reference to this, is that right?
Yes. We did meet at another time, and that was about going over this a little bit. He was asking me to explain that to him, and he came to the gas station to have me explain that to him.
Explain this receipt to him?
Yes, to break it down for him.
Okay. You didn't have the receipt when you went to his office?
We didn't talk about the receipt at the office, no.
So you didn't even talk about the amount of gasoline that she had purchased or the items that she had purchased?
We had talked about her purchasing gasoline and items, but not a specific amount or anything. We did not talk about this part, no.
Okay. Do you know if there was a surveillance camera at the service station?
I don't think that we used to have a old VHS tapes that Sue used to use, but I don't know if it was working, if it was even still in working order or used then at that time. No, I don't.
You don't recall if it was operating on that day?
That has been asked. and
Did Mr. Maciowski ask you for any surveillance tapes?
No, he did not. He didn't ask me for any of this kind of stuff. He dealt with that with the owner.
Do you know if the owner...
Objection, Your Honor. She's just speculating.
Oh, I haven't heard his question yet.
I could have said, do you know the owner's name, Judge?
I'm waiting to hear your question.
Do you know if the owner provided any type of surveillance tape to Mr. Maciowski? If you know.
I don't know any of that, sir.
But you had seen a surveillance tape there at the assistant that was installed at the service station, right?
We used to just see the VCR tapes in the back room. They weren't, I don't know if they were used or not.
But you knew that there was a VCA system.
Yes, yes.
Was it operating that day?
I don't know.
She said she doesn't know.
I have just a second, Judge.
I mean, a quick comments.
Do you know what the price of gasoline was in 2007?
The receipt here says $2.16, 0.9 a gallon. Maybe? I don't know.
Is your answer you don't know? Or is it $2?
Just what the receipt says, I said.
Okay. And you said that she purchased $11 worth of gasoline, right?
$11.01.
Yes. Okay. And do you recall when you was actually by year that you were contacted by Detective Maciowski?
Back in June of '09, I think it was.
June of '09.
Yes.
2 years later. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Well, June. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recall from a previous hearing that you stated that you went to the police and told Deputy Wyrick that you thought you made need to talk to the police?
No. Like I said, Tim would come in the gas station and ask if I had spoke to them. I never went to him.
You never went to him?
No, no.
But Detective Warwick, or Deputy Warwick, that would have also been 2 years after the fire of January the 7th of 2007, right? Approximately 2 years. And
When
some.
I spoke with Mr. Wydick?
Yes.
No. Tim would ask that all the time, coming in the gas station. And that was right after the fire, to numerous times when he would come in there. I mean, like I said, I did not go to him. He came to me.
When you say he came to you, he was just coming in, as you stated, that because he was just
A customer.
an outgoing person, that he would just make a conversation.
Yes, he would come in for his free coffee and stand there and ask
Free
questions. Yes, they would always get free coffee.
And you were just basically engaging with him in conversation about, have you heard anything about this fire, or have you heard anything about the Stermer's fire? He would just kind of open up a conversation periodically when he came in with you. Is that correct?
Like that, something like that.
yes,
Not
yes.
exactly, but
Right, yeah.
you had to know Tim.
So it pretty much was kind of like a information gathering conversation, right? If you heard anything, if you knew anything, right?
No, I think it was more or less, has anybody talked to you? And I would tell him, no, Tim, but if they need to find me, they will find me. And I would just leave it go at that. I did not want to be in that, you know.
Need you or find you in
Yes.
reference to just
To speak
because
to me,
you started
yes.
to purchase some gasoline, right?
Just to speak to me, yes.
Yes, yes. Okay. And then Detective Maciowski waits until 2.5 years, and then he contacts you with a card at your residence. Is that correct?
He left a card at my residence. Yes, he did.
Detective Maciowski contacted you in June of '09, right?
Yes,
So when defense counsel said that was 2 years, it was actually a year and a half.
correct.
And then when defense counsel said it was 2.5 years, it was actually a year and a half.
Yes.
So was that confusing?
No, not really.
You knew it was still June
Yes,
of '09.
right.
And Tim came in the gas station a lot?
Yes.
Regular customer?
Uh-huh,
Regular of Lawrence?
right. Whether he was working or not, he was in there all the time.
And at the time of the day of the fire, you just knew the fire happened.
Correct.
You didn't know any details about the fire?
No.
You didn't know what had happened?
No.
You didn't know any details of the investigation?
No, I did not.
All you knew at that time is that Ms. Stermer came in and bought $11 worth of gas and bought some breakfast or some groceries.
Correct.
So you said that owner, I believe you called her Sue,
Yes.
had the whole front window was all glass.
Yes.
And was that part of your security policy of watching out there and turning on the pump when it dinged?
Right.
And I think
yes.
you had testified that it was then something you did to make sure you knew who it was in case they drove away.
Right, because she was getting to the point where if you didn't pay attention to what was going on, people drove off with gas, she would always tell us, you're going to start paying for that.
So then you started watching.
Paying more attention.
And You were asked the question, have you seen others pump things into their trunk areas or their rear of their gas before, or the rear of their vehicle before?
Yes, but most people, when they would come in, they would always lay like their gas cans on the ground and pump them in, you know, and then wipe them off and then put them back in their vehicle. But yes, I did see some people pull up that way.
And one last question. When you then saw that ding and looked out and saw Ms. Stermer with the hose into the blazer, into the trunk area, did you continue maintaining constant surveillance until she came into the store?
No, I did not.
And what did you do then once you saw her?
I wiped up. Like I said, she came in, the pump cleared, she started pumping. I did see how she started pumping with the hose in the back window. And then I just waited a few seconds, and then I just went around the counter to the right side, and I was wiping off the coffee counter.
So you weren't staring at her the
No,
whole time?
no.
Once you saw her pumping into the trunk, you started doing your work there.
Right.
And then she came in at a later time.
Right, as soon as the pump dinged, I knew she was done, and then, you know, she ended up coming in.
When did it ding? Would it ding when
When
somebody
you
hung it
hang
up?
the nozzle up, yes.
So you didn't see if she then put any gas into her vehicle,
No, I did not.
but you wouldn't know if she put any gas into her vehicle after she put it into the back of the trunk.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just want to clarify, Ms. Deloach. In January of 2010, you testified in this matter, and you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked earlier so I can get a clarification. You stated that you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you? And your answer was no. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not see a container or a gas can, no.
Okay. Okay. And what we don't know is whether there was any gasoline being pumped at the time Linda was looking in the back of her vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was, I guess I don't. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And do you further recall, and the question was, no guesses.
Your Honor, I would ask that he ask her if she remembers it and he needs to refresh her memory versus reading the transcript.
Get to the
Judge.
question, just focus on the question that was asked and her answer if it's prior inconsistent statement.
The question that was asked, you cannot say under oath that any gas was being pumped when Linda looked into the back of the vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was yes. You recall that testimony?
I remember her pumping gas into the vehicle is what I said, yes.
Okay. And the next question was, you never saw a container that day. Isn't that true?
Yes, I told
The answer
I said
was
that.
yes, right?
I never seen a container.
Yes. Now, what are you talking about when the prosecutor asked you about this ding? What was the ding that you were referred to?
When the pump is finished and they hang the nozzle up, it dings in the inside.
It dings inside?
Yes, yes. So then you know they're done at the pump.
Do you know what did? What did you say? When it dings, it means what?
It means the pump is done.
Okay.
They hung the nozzle up.
Right.
Yes, and then it goes ding.
And that's heard inside.
It's from the register sound.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Maciowski that you didn't see any container?
Yes, I did.
You told him you did not see a container.
Yes, I did. I said I did not see. I saw the hose through the back window. I did not see it being pumped into a container.
And if gas was $2 a gallon, And she purchased, you stated, $11 worth of gasoline, right?
1101.
Okay. How many gallons was that?
I'm not sure exactly how much it was because I don't remember if it was unleaded. Was it regular? You know, I don't. Well, 4 point some gallons.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And again, you didn't maintain constant surveillance, so you don't know if she then pumped anything into her vehicle.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, are you done? Okay. Anything else you good?
No further questions.
And jury, do you have any questions of her? Okay, I've got questions coming in. Questions from the jury, no objection from the lawyers. When did you interview, well, I think this was asked, but I'll ask again. I think it's crossed off, but when did you interview with Maciowski?
It was in June of 2009.
When did Maciowski go to the gas station to clarify regarding preparation for the hearing?
I don't exactly remember the day, but I do know it was when the gas station was with the new owner, so I don't remember, because I remember going in the back room with him when we did it that day, so I don't know exactly when.
Have you ever seen Todd or Linda Stermer fill a gas can while it was still in one of their vehicles before? Or did they commonly take it out and fill the cans on the ground outside the car?
I don't
If you know.
remember really. Todd usually came in and rented movies with the boys. I never really waited on him with gas, so I don't know.
Were you the only employee working that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions of her?
I just wonder, just a clarifying question. So one of the jurors' questions was, when did you meet with Detective Maciowski at the Marathon station for preparation? Was that actually for preparation?
No, it was just he was having me explain how this register tape was read.
So when you met with them at the sheriff's department, you didn't have a copy of the receipt to look at?
No.
And so it was like a second interview then to go over the receipt?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, any more?
Ms. DeLoach, you stated that Detective Maciowski came to the station, and it was after the new owners had acquired the station?
It was when the transition was different, yes, so it was when the new owner, so it was probably in, I would say probably '08, probably sometime in '09 when he came in to talk, because I'd already spoke with him once, so it was after that.
So did you speak to him in '09 and he came to the station in '09? Or did
I
you
spoke with him at the sheriff's department in '09, yes.
in '09, the very first time?
Yes,
And then he came to the station, and the station had been redesigned
yes.
when he came to the station.
And I don't know what year that was, but I just know he had the register tape apart, and he was trying to have me explain to him how to read that. To explain it in his terms, you know what I mean? Like the amount and, you know, how that was used.
Did y'all talk about any?
No, it was just, I was just showing him about the tape.
Nothing about the exact amount of gallons of gasoline that was purchased?
No,
right?
I just explained to him how to read the tape.
Okay. And did Detective Macioski ask you anything about the VCH surveillance that you all had at the?
That was never discussed, no.
Never
Not
was
with me,
discussed?
no. That was something probably with the owner he did, not me.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Jury, any other questions of her? None? May she be excused from her subpoena obligations?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
User? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're all done. Okay. Council, we'll take our afternoon break now.
This would be a great time for
Okay.
an afternoon break, Your Honor.
Okay, so jury, we'll take about a 15-minute break, and remember the rules. Council, jury's left. Any matters to address in our break?
Your Honor, I'm just going to prepare the court that the next witness is going to be reading transcripts, so it's going to go back to a very similar style from Mr. Shinsky. So it's just going to be going through a lot of different transcripts. So when the court has had enough of transcripts, it can give me the A-OK, and then we can break for the day. I prefer to go as long as we can so that we don't have to have him come back tomorrow, but I know that that may be a lofty goal.
Okay. And I think the council said that you've worked out that you're in agreement on the transcript.
Yes, we met after court yesterday. We agreed. I met with both Attorney Meeks and Attorney Skip Kelly, and we went through everything. We redacted it together, and he received a copy of the transcript last night, and I checked with him today to make sure everything was in accordance with our changes and everybody agreed.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there a motion here, Mr.
No.
It's legal.
back on the record. Everyone's here but the jury. Any matters to address before we bring in the jurors?
I know, Your Honor.
Anything?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in the jury. Welcome back, jury. Ms. Zeiderby.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Steve Wilson to the stand, please.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled in, move that microphone close to your mouth, and tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
Stephen Willison, Willison.
Thank you. Ms. Zeiderby.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Willison, what was your occupation in, actually, let me just start there. What is your current occupation?
I'm an attorney
And how long have you been an attorney?
since 1990.
And in 2007, were you working as an attorney?
I was.
And in what capacity?
I had my own law firm that did primarily work for insurance companies on property coverage matters.
And so when you say you did work for an insurance company, what was your primary role then with that company?
So we would help insurance companies determine their legal rights under the policy of insurance and determining whether or not a loss was covered typically, which most of my cases involved whether there was an intentional loss, which would not be covered by the policy of insurance, or if during the claims presentment process there was a material misrepresentation, which would also void the policy. So we would quarterback the investigation and the people, and then we would do what's called an examination under oath a lot of times, and then we'd pass our recommendations on to the company, and then they would make their own decision on the claim.
Can you explain to the jury what an examination under oath is?
Sure, it's a lot like, you may have heard of depositions, but it's a lot like that, although the court rules don't apply. There's a provision in the policy of insurance, and every policy of insurance, that says that you have to participate in this process called examination under oath, where we get to ask you questions under oath with a court reporter present, and have you give us your side of the story, explain things that we need to know about. We get into some of the details of what was going on before, during, and after the loss. It's kind of their chance to present their side of the story to the insurance company, and it's our chance to find out some details that maybe we don't have yet in the investigation.
And are these examinations under oath, are they recorded?
They are. There's a court reporter present.
And then are they transcribed?
And they are transcribed.
And did you have an opportunity to interview Ms. Linda Stermer?
Yes, we did an examination under oath in 2 parts with her.
In 2 parts? And
Yes.
when do you recall the dates of those?
I believe the first one was in February of 07. I believe it was January 7, 07 was the fire. I think February 07 we did the first one. I think the second one was October of 07.
And both of those were transcribed?
They were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked People's Proposed Exhibit 35 and 36. If you could just take a moment and look through those and see if you recognize those.
These appear to be the transcripts of those examinations under oath, although these particular copies seem to have some redactions, some things that were apparently agreed to be taken out of them.
And so other than the redactions, the transcripts then are, there haven't been altered or changed other than those redactions from your original transcripts?
It would not appear so, no.
And Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 35 and 36 into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. And as part of your interviews in February and October, were you able to work with Ms. Stermer and draw out a map?
I believe particularly in the first one, we did ask, as she was describing where things were, both on the property and in the house, we had her draw out maps. I believe I had her sign them and made them exhibits to that examination.
So they're actually an exhibit then to those transcripts?
Correct.
And they're included in those transcripts?
Yes.
So I'm just going to show you a copy. And if you could just verify if that's been included in those transcripts and if that's a fair and accurate representation of what is in those transcripts.
Yes, I don't think I saw the exhibits in the binder, but yes, this was part of the transcript. This exhibit 4. And the EUO exhibit 3. 3 was the one that we had her sign on the inside of the house, and EUO exhibit 4 was the one that we had her draw of the property, driveway, things like that.
Your Honor, just to be safe, I'm going to mark this then as People's Proposed Exhibit 37, just in case it's not included in those binders. And at this time, I would move then to admit the map that's included as part of the transcript, but we'll read it separately. And there are 2 pages.
No,
No objections.
I do see that those are the last 2 pages of exhibit 36.
So, Your Honor, then I would withdraw the new number of 37. We'll go ahead and just not to confuse the record, we'll keep it as Exhibit 36. It's just 2 pages out of Exhibit 36. At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish the map to the jurors. And I do have, may the record reflect, I have 15 copies here, 1 for each juror as we're going through transcripts.
Okay.
And when you refer to an EUO, that's your examination under oath, is that correct?
Yes, EUO, examination under oath. So it's just a shorthand term of art in the industry.
And just to be clear, you had referred to this map then as an exhibit in your transcript, and then that is what that exhibit sticker is on that map.
Correct.
So not an exhibit sticker from today's hearing.
It is not, yeah, that is not a trial exhibit number. That was an EUO exhibit number. We had several documents that we collected during that process.
Thank you. So I'm going to have permission to publish then the transcripts, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and then put these up. We're going to start out with the February 27th of 2007 transcript.
Sure.
And we'll put that up on the screen. I'm going to start then, just have you verify the first page. You don't have to read the first page, but if you could just then verify the parties present and the date.
Sure. This occurred on February 27 of 2007. I was there. Mr. Jeff Getting was there, who was Linda Stermer's attorney. Rodney Thuma was a representative of the insurance company, was there, and the court reporter was Rebecca Kerr from Network Reporting.
I'm going to have you go to page 3, and I'm going to have you start about a quarter of the way down where it says Mr. Willison. And if you could just read to the jury from that statement down.
Line 10?
Yes, line 10 down.
My name is Stephen Willison, and I am the attorney for Farm Bureau Insurance. We're here today to take your examination under oath. That is a process by which you participate in the company's investigation of your claim and the events surrounding this loss. This is probably going to be part one because it's far too early to have any discussions about the details of your claim, but we did want to get together relatively quickly and talk about the details of the fire. Everything you say is being recorded and eventually will be turned into a typewritten transcript. So it's very important that all of your answers are with words. If you nod your head like you have done recently, or you say, uh-huh, or you point to something in a photograph, I may understand what you're saying, but there's no good way to type that. So from time to time, I may ask you to clarify.
I'll have you continue then through line 14 on the next page, which would be page 4.
Okay, whether you meant yes or no, or to describe what's very obviously what you're pointing at, so that we have a clean record. Okay, and then she responded, I understand. And then I went on. It's also important you understand that you're under oath today. So just like if we were in a courtroom, all the penalties of perjury apply. But maybe more relevant to your insurance claim, you need to understand that the policy of insurance says that if you were to even try to mislead the insurance company, that can be a reason to deny your claim and void your policy. Even if you were the world's worst liar and no one believed you for a second, just the fact that you tried is a reason to deny it. Okay? And she said yes.
And you said that in one of those statements that you thought it was far too early. Can you describe to the jury why you felt it was too early and why you were conducting it then in February and then again in October?
Sure. Obviously, we knew that this claim involved the loss of life and was a total loss fire and was probably going to be big and complicated. And so putting together a claim on a total loss fire can take some time when you have to, you know, if you think about every t-shirt that's in the attic and every little thing that's in your junk drawer, all has to be inventoried and valued and everything else, so that can take some time. But the facts of the fire, we wanted to get into early, and that's because we want to get to the root of it right away. If you are if in this process you're going to choose to be honest with us, then your memory will be freshest then. And if you're going to choose to be dishonest with us, then you will have the least amount of time to come up with a story. So we wanted to get the details of the loss, the fire first, and then we would come back later and talk about the claim.
And I'm going to have you go to page 9, line 11, and just have you read to the jury then 11 through 15.
I asked, now, the day of the fire, the day before the fire, who was living at your house? She responded, our 3 sons, myself, and Todd. I asked, what about Brittany? She said, no, she was living in Florida.
I'm going to have you then go to page 13, line 13 through 19.
Page 13, line 13, you said?
Line 13, page 13, line 13, read through line 19, please.
I asked, how long were you and Todd married? She said, we were married in 1993. I asked, how long had you been in a relationship prior to that? She said, well, I don't recall exactly how long we were in a relationship before that. We met in 1989. I asked, how did you meet? And she said, my work.
I'm going to have you flip to page 14, and if you could read the entire page, please.
Oh, sure. My question was, since you were married in 1993, have there been any periods of separation? She said, no. Had either of you ever filed for divorce? She said, no. Had either of you ever discussed divorce? She said, yes. When did discussions of divorce start? She said, I don't know exactly. I know that. And then I interjected a month, a year, 10 years. She said, we had talked about it a few times over the last couple of years. My question was, whose idea was it? She said, I think Todd brought it up first. I asked, and then I just need to get a little bit of the flavor of the dynamics of the relationship between the two of you. Todd wanted a divorce and you wanted to stay together, or was it the other way around? I mean, what was going on when you were discussing it but not doing it? She said, you know, I don't know that he was serious when he first brought it up. I think it was just kind of, I don't know, maybe we should get a divorce. I asked when he first brought it up, what was your reaction? Did you agree or disagree? She said, I did not want a divorce.
And I will have you continue to page 15, if you could read that page for me as well.
At any point in time, did you decide you wanted a divorce? And she said, yes. I said, when did that start? And she said, maybe in the past year or so, and then we would talk about things and everything would be all right. And I asked, I know relationships are complicated, but was there any particular thing that was driving a wedge between the two of you? Any particular topic that was frequently discussed? She said, finances. I said, what about the finances? She said, we always seem to just not have enough money. I felt that Todd wasn't running his business as well as he could have been, and I felt he should work more. Am I doing this whole page?
Yes, please.
Okay. So then I asked, as in he wasn't doing it smart or he wasn't doing it often enough? And she said, well, I think that kind of goes hand in hand. I think if you're not doing it often enough, I don't think that's very smart. I said, that's true, but sometimes people work all day, all night, but they end up spending more than they make, and so it's not worthwhile. Other people are not working, and that's why it's, and she interjected, I just don't think he was putting enough effort. I said, okay, had there been any discussion of cutting back on any lifestyle or expenses or selling the house and getting a smaller place or selling off part of the property?
And I'll have you read down to line 7.
And she responded, we had sold part of our property. I don't recall exactly what year. I think it may have been 2002 or 2003. So I asked, when you bought it, how much property did you own? She said, close to 120 acres. And I asked, and how much did you sell in 2002 or 2003? She said, around 90 acres.
I'm going to have you slip down then to line 18 and read just the bottom of the page.
I asked, why did you sell the 90 acres? She said, so that we could build and pay off things that we owed. How much did you sell it for? She responded, I don't recall. I believe it was around the figure 99,000 is in my head for some reason, but I'm not sure if that was the exact amount. It seems that that was about, and I said, so about $1,000 an acre, and she said, I believe so.
And I'm going to have you read the next page.
How much debt did you pay off with that? She said, I don't know. I asked, was it enough to pay off the debt and build the house? She said, no. I said, so what did you do for the rest? We borrowed. From whom? Bill Fleetwood was her answer. I asked, who's Bill Fleetwood? She said, he's a gentleman here in Lawrence that Todd has done business with quite a bit over the years. And how much did you borrow from Bill? I'm not positive. I know it went in stages. I'm thinking that it was somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100,000, but it was in stages as we needed different things. Do you still owe Bill today? She said, no. When did you pay off Bill? When we got our first mortgage on the property. I asked, when was that? She said, I believe that was in December 2003. I asked, how much was that mortgage? She said, $200,000. Keep going?
Please.
So then I asked, so you sold property and got roughly $100,000. You borrowed another 100, and then you borrowed 200. So your cost of construction was $300,000. She said, no. How much was the cost of construction? I asked. She said, I don't know. I asked, do you have an estimate? And she said, I don't.
I'm going to have you continue reading to the bottom.
You seem pretty confident it wasn't 3, and she said, right. I said, so what was it? She answered, I really don't know. I know that we paid off a lot of debt with it. I know that Todd made some business investments with some of it as well. I asked, well, what is your best understanding of how much each of those categories was? She answered, I really couldn't give you a good guess. I said, okay, do you think you had $100,000 of debt? She said, no, I don't believe we had. 50,000? She said, maybe. Then I asked, what kind of business investments are we talking about? And she said, Todd would buy military surplus, gloves, clothing, and then resell them to stores. Boots, like Mickey Mouse boots, that kind of thing. Mop suits, carbon suits, and that kind of stuff in large quantities.
And I'll have you stop there. And if you could go to the next page at the bottom on line 24, just read those last 2 lines in the next page.
I asked if they got a building permit to build the house, and she said yes.
And I'll have you read page 20.
Did you get it inspected? And she said yes. And I asked, what do you have in front of you? And she said, I went to Associated Governmental Services and got these copies of I think they're everything that Todd turned in order to begin construction of our home. I asked to begin construction. She said, I guess you have to file permits and drawings and diagrams before you can receive a permit to even begin. It gives a layout, but there were significant changes made to it that are not reflected in those drawings. I noticed after I picked it up yesterday. Who did these drawings, do you know? And she said, Todd. I believe that Mr. Fleetwood helped him. And so then we marked that as Exhibit 1 to the examination under oath. I said, we've marked those documents that you gave us as Exhibit 1, right? She said, yes. We'll be back to your floor plan in just a minute. That tells us that you filed these in 1998, right? She said, yes. That wasn't the impression I got of how long you were building it. So what was the delay between 98 filing and beginning to build? She said, Todd had a knee surgery, and so he had to stop working on it completely, and so it sat for a few years.
I'm going to have you continue.
I asked, what did you do in 1998 to finance the beginning of construction? She said, well, the original plan was just to build it as we could afford to build it, and so we had a basement done, and we paid cash for that. Where did you have that cash? She said, what do you mean where? I said, how did you have that lump sum? I mean, she said, Todd, through working, just saved that amount and paid for it. So a rich uncle didn't die, you didn't get an insurance policy claim or something like that. She said, no. Then I asked, so how far had the house gotten before he had knee surgery? She said the basement was completely concrete, what was to be concrete, and then he had the trusses, I believe they're across the basement. The thing that was going to hold up the first floor? She said yes, and that was it. And then when did you restart? Answer, I believe that was in 2002. So it sat for 4 years. She said probably 3 or 4 years.
And I'm going to have you go to page 22 and continue reading that page, please.
And why 3 or 4 years? She said, because Todd's knee surgery, he was unable to work, and we got into substantial debt at the time. So then I asked, that kind of brings us back to you were in debt, you sold some property, you borrowed the mortgage. It sounds like you were back in debt again at the time of the fire when all this stress was going on in your marriage. Or was it just a matter that you were heading back toward that again? Her answer was, I don't think we've ever been out of debt. We'd have some paid down, but I think we were just in debt continuously. I asked, was there ever a discussion of bankruptcy? She said, no. I said, why not? She answered, because we just felt people that filed for bankruptcy are ignoring their debts, and it hurts you more in the long run if you don't continue to try and pay off your debts. I said, so at the time of the fire, what would you estimate your debt was? She answered, I don't know. Maybe I'm not really sure. Do you want the mortgage included in that? And I said, let's set the mortgage out for now. She said, okay, maybe $100,000 or so.
And I'm going to have you then go to page 23 and then start at line 8 and then just read down.
I asked her where the $100,000 was owed to, and she said Todd had received loans from family members. I asked which family members. She said his mother. I asked Sandra. She said yes. I believe that was about $30,000. His sister Kathy was the most recent, $25,000. His brother Brad, $7,000. What was Kathy's last name? Martone Stermer. When you said Stermer, you saw that I was right by Brad, right? I'm sorry, Brad Stermer, correct. Medical, she said medical bills. I asked, how much do you figure that was? She said, I don't know, maybe $10,000. A truck around $14,000 or $15,000. mechanic who has the truck $3,500.
And I'll have you stop there and just go to page 24. And if you could start on that page, please.
I asked how long he had the truck. She said 7 months. I asked if there was anything else. She said, I'm sure there is. I just can't think of what it is right at this minute. The truck, who's that with? She said, do you mean who it's financed through? First Community Federal Credit Union, I believe. FC, First Community, I believe. Or no, First Federal Credit Union, sorry. So I asked, what are your payments on that? She said, close to $500 a month. I asked, are you making monthly payments to mom, sister, brother? She said, no. I asked, do you owe any of your friends or family money? Meaning her instead of Todd. She said, I borrowed $1,000 from my grandmother. I asked, what's her name? She told me Frances Pierce. I asked if there was anyone else, and she said no.
And then I'm going to have you jump down to line 23, and that page, read that to the bottom of the page and continue on to the next.
Were there any other wedge issues in your marriage besides finances? And she said, the horses that I had. I said, okay, what was an issue about the horses? She answered, I just think he would get, I just know that he would get frustrated sometimes at the number of horses I had and the work that was involved in taking care of them. He just got tired of that. What about the expenses? She said, no, he never complained too much about that. I asked, how many horses do you own or did you own at the time of the fire? And she said the number of horses that were at the property at the time of the fire was 12.
And I'll have you stop there, and then if you want to go ahead and switch now to page 33, on line 21, if you'll just read the bottom 5 lines of that and continue on to the next page on 34.
I asked her, what was the most you had been at in your marriage? She said 49. I said 49 horses? And she said yes. I asked, do you have the facilities for 49 horses? And she said, I leased land for them. And when was the last time you had 49 horses? She said, I believe it was in 2002.
And I'm going to stop you there. If you can switch to page 45 for me, please, on line 12. If you could start there and read to the bottom of the page.
I said, now we talked about issues in your marriage, we talked about finances, we talked about horses. Anything else? She said, pretty much no. I guess that pretty much sums it up. So then I asked, let me go through some other categories. Did either of you have any problems with drugs or alcohol? She said, Todd has had some addictions over the years. I said, like what? She said, to Vicodin. And when was he addicted to Vicodin? She said, about the time that he had his knee surgery, back when that permit was first gotten, when he blew his knee out. And how did he get past that? She said, I talked to his doctor and had the doctor change our prescriptions. Because I had shoulder surgery right before Todd had his knee surgery, and so the doctor prescribed both of us Vicodin. Keep going.
I'm going to have you skip down then to line 11 and read to the bottom of the page.
What other addictions has he had? She said he has smoked marijuana before and sleeping pills. I asked he used or been addicted to. She said the sleeping pills I believe he was addicted to. The marijuana, I kind of think he was addicted to that for a very long time, but then he was able to quit smoking it for a long time. He smoked it since then, but not on a daily or regular basis. I asked sleeping pills. She said yes. I said, what was he using, or when was he using those? And she said the few weeks before the fire. And do you think he was addicted to those? And she said yes. And before then, also, he had been addicted to them. It's been a couple years.
I'm going to have you go on to page 47 and continue on.
When was the last time that you saw him take a sleeping pill? She said the weekend of the fire. The day of the fire? She said, I think it was the night before, the day before. I asked her when. She said, when I got home that night, he took that and then his medicine for his ear infection that he had. I said, what kind of sleeping pill did he take? And she said, Ambien CR. I asked if that is over the counter. She said, no, it's a prescription. I asked, did he take any that morning? She said, I don't know. Did you see him take any medications that morning? She said, I seen him take his cough syrup, and I know he took some pills, but I don't know which pills he took. I asked, several pills? She said, I don't know. I said, you said some pills. I'm just trying to get an idea of what you saw. She answered, I just saw that he had his bottles next to him, and he opened them and took his medicine. I don't know. What bottles were there? What was in the bottles? She said, I don't know what the drugs were. There were some that were prescribed by the doctor for his ear, and, I don't know.
And go ahead and continue then until the bottom of the page, please.
All right. So then I keep going. I asked, like painkillers or like antibiotics? And she said, I think they might have been antibiotics or antihistamines. I'm not sure exactly which. Which else was there? She said, that's all I can recall sitting right there. Any sleeping pills there? She said, I don't think they weren't there. They were in the bathroom. I don't know if he took any of them. Did he act like he was under the influence of any drugs at any point the day of the fire? She said he was loopy, but he had been. He had been that way for the last couple of weeks. He had, displayed where he was just kind of doped up, kind of. I don't know how else to describe it, just loopy, and like he'd be talking and then he would just stop in the middle of a sentence and then come back to it minutes later or something, as if there was no pause. Just kind of weird. My son described him one day as being stoned. I asked, did you ever confront him about it? Did you ever ask him what he was using? She said, yeah. I said, what did he say? She said, not to worry about it. It wasn't any of my business.
I'm going to have you go to page 49 and continue on that page.
I asked, are there any other addictions? She said, not that I'm aware of. I asked, did Todd ever have an affair? She said, not that I'm aware of. Did you ever have an affair? She said, no. I said, did either of you ever accuse the other one of having an affair? She said, yes. When and who? I asked. She said, well, Todd has female friends, I have male friends, and we'd get angry, I guess, sometimes and just accuse the other person or ask the other person, but never, I don't think, ever seriously. I guess just kind of, so I asked, had either of you made that accusation within 6 months of the fire? She said, yeah, Todd had. I asked, who did he accuse you of having an affair with? And she said, well, it was actually kind of funny because he came down to where I worked to surprise me one night to meet me for break, and I just so happened to have fallen at work and wasn't there at work. I was at the hospital. And when he called me on my cell phone, I answered it, and he says, are you at work? I said, no. And right then he says, who the hell are you with? And I told him my boss had to take me to the hospital. So then Todd came to the hospital, and everything was fine. But it was just kind of weird that he decides to show up and surprise me on the day that I end up twisting my ankle and going to the hospital. So
I'll just have you read the next two lines, 6 and 7.
Where were you working at the time? She said, Chemlink.
And I'll have you drop down to line 18 on page 50, and if you could read to the bottom of the page.
Any other accusations? She said he would just sometimes yell something like that, like, are you seeing somebody else? Because, we had talked about divorce, but you never had? And she said, no. Did he ever accuse you of being in a relationship with a woman? And he asked me if I was.
And I'll have you read on page 51 down to line 16, please.
With who? She said, my friend Kate Fox. I said, had you and she ever had a relationship like that? And she said, no. So I asked, and what was his basis of that accusation? Did he tell you? And she said, yeah, because Kate had attempted suicide and was in the hospital, and I was really distraught over it. We were really close, and we worked together, and I was just really worried about her. And he asked if we were lovers. Was that a serious question, or was he just telling you to stop worrying about her? She said, I think he was getting sick of me worrying about her so much, and it was, just his way of, putting things.
I'll have you read then 15 and 16 and stop on that page.
I said, okay, you worked with Kate Fox at Chemlink, and she said yes.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 52, and if you could read this page for me, please.
I asked if there were any other recent accusations of affairs. She said no. And then I asked her, you haven't accused him in the last 6 months? And she said, no. I asked, what about abuse? Any abuse in the relationship? And she said, yes. I said, what kind, when? And she said, different times through the years, just different things. I asked, let's just talk about that in the last year. She answered, the most recent was around Thanksgiving time. He had shoved me across the room, had thrown my cell phone at me, and he pushed me into the wall. I asked her, what was that fight about? And she said, part of it was me making a pineapple upside down cake to work for a potluck and not having made one for home. But I had all the ingredients to make two. I just hadn't made the one for home yet. I was going to make it on the weekend. And then that was about the time that he said, you're treating your coworkers better than your family. And then that night before the fire, he wanted to make love and I didn't. And he came into the bedroom and tried to pry my legs apart and take my pants off, but I didn't let him.
And I'm going to have you continue on that on page 53, please, that page.
I said, so was there any sexual intercourse that night or not? And she said no. And I said, how did you stop him? And she said, I told him it wasn't going to make anything better and that I didn't want to. And if he made me, I would tell the police. I had never said anything like that to him before, so at least he knew I was serious. I asked, have you ever hit him or thrown anything at him? And she said, no. I said, has he ever accused you of it? And she asked, of hitting him? Yes. And I said, but it wasn't true? And she said, right. Did you ever call the police? Did he ever call the police on you? She said, no. I said, did you ever call the police on him? And she said, yes. Before we ever moved to Lawrence, sometime prior to 1996. I couldn't give you the date. I didn't actually call the police on him. The girl was staying at our house, called the police, but I had talked with them. And at that time, he had hit me and pushed me quite a bit, and I had some marks on me, and two police officers came, a male and a female, and when he came out, the female officer was with me, and I was about ready to file a report, and he came out and said, are you sure you want to do this? Because you'll go to jail too. And I asked what he meant, and he said, well, if you accuse me of hitting you, then I'll accuse you of hitting me, and we'll both go to jail. All the grandparents were out of town at the time, and the police officer said that was true, and that if we didn't have someplace for the kids to go, that they'd have to have, I don't remember who they said, but it came down to like protective services would have to come and get the kids. And Todd says, are you sure you want to do this? And I talked to the police officer, and she said, well, yeah, it's his word against your word, and if you both say that you both got hit, then we have to take both of you in and let the judge decide. So I didn't pursue it any further, and they left, and we spent the night there in the house, and he apologized to me.
I'll have you continue.
So that was the only time that you called the police on him? And she said, well, like I said, I didn't call the police were called. But as far as abuse between he and I believe those two incidents were around Thanksgiving time and that time.
So I'm going to stop you right there. So in the duration of the marriage, she's saying that she's had two incidents, one prior to 1996 and then one at Thanksgiving time.
And the one the night before the fire.
And the one the night before the fire. Thank you very much.
That's what she wanted me to believe, yes.
And then I'm going to then have you start at line 24 on page 54, if you could continue on there.
I said, thank you very much. Who called the police around Thanksgiving? And she said, Kate Fox. I asked, what? And she said, Kate Fox. I said, what was Kate Fox doing there? And she answered, she wasn't there. She had called me on the phone to come and pick me up for work because we rode together and most every day. And I was crying and hysterical and upset, and I told her I couldn't talk to her, and so she called the police.
And I'm going to have you jump down to line 21 and read the bottom of that page, please.
I asked, this incident the night before the fire where he tried to force himself on you, what kind of situation did that create between the two of you? She answered, he wasn't happy. I said, how are you? And she said, well, I actually felt relieved that he stopped. I mean, he kept yelling at me about it and different things, but not too bad. And he told me that if I would just make love with him, that everything could be just fine.
I'll have you continue.
I said, did you at any time from that moment on She clarified, make love with him. I said yes, and she said no. I asked any sort of sexual contact at all the day of the fire, and she said no. Any more instances like that where he was trying to force it, and she said no. I asked, did you tell anybody about this incident before the fire, and she said no. I said, have you told anyone about this since the fire? She said yes. I asked who. She said, I told my mother, I told Mr. Getting, I told my counselor.
Now have you stopped there? And if you can go to page 57, start halfway through line 23.
But up until Kate Fox and I began working together, that was the most I had ever hung out with another female, and that was mainly because we worked together and we carpooled every single day.
And I'm going to have you stop there, and if you can go to page 62, please, on line 21.
I was asking about medications, and she said she was taking Lexapro since November of 06, and I was given the prescription for Ambien CR. That was my prescription, but I wasn't taking it.
And I'm going to have you then stop and go to page 63 and go to the 4th line down and just read lines 4 and the portion of 5.
This was her response. She said, the Ambien, I took it a couple of times, but it made me feel too groggy and too sluggish.
So you can stop there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 64, line 16. If you could just read 4 lines for me.
You described him in the morning of the fire having a tray of pill bottles by him. I meant what? And she said, no, I just said a couple of pill bottles, and I think that they were just what was prescribed for his ear.
And I'm going to have you go to page 66, line 10, and if you could read that from 10 to the bottom of the page.
66, line 10. We're in the middle of an answer. She says, I was thinking about some things, and I had spoken with an attorney that we know who had handled some of Corey's custody and stuff, and asked him that if Todd ever did decide he wanted a divorce, if he would represent me. I asked, who is that? She said, Mr. Jeff Gaggie, Gagie, G-A-G-I-E. But I don't know if you would need that, because you said within the last couple of years, and that was back in maybe 2002 or so, so it was a few more years than I was thinking. I asked, you contacted Mr. Gaggie? She said, well, actually, I was using Mr. Is it Gaggie or Gage? Do you know?
Gaggie.
Gaggie, okay. Well, I actually was using Mr. Gaggie for the rescue case of the 23 horses, and I asked, you needed an attorney to rescue horses? And she said, yeah, sometimes you do. I asked, I mean, I'm not opposed to using attorneys, and she said, sometimes you do. And, you know, Todd had got frustrated and upset about so many horses coming in all at once, and the fact that the previous owner of them had changed her mind about turning them over and that. So Mr. Gaggie was representing me on that, and I told him that Todd was really upset and frustrated, and he had spewed off about getting a divorce.
I'll have you stop there.
Sure.
And then I'll just have you skip down to line 14.
When did you have that conversation with Mr. Gaggie? She said, I don't know, probably sometime around 2002, then again in November of 06.
And I'll have you just jump down to line 19 and continue there.
This is her answer. In November, I went to Mr. Gaggie and asked him if he would do a divorce for me because I just decided that I just couldn't keep living this way. I had told Todd after that it was just too much, and he gave me some paperwork at that time. I didn't file, I didn't pay him or anything, but he gave me the paperwork that would be necessary to file. So when you ask me if I filed, no, I had never filed. But yes, I did talk to him pretty extensively about it, and I had told him about some different incidences that happened and that made me feel really uncomfortable.
I'll have you continue.
I asked her, like, what? And she said, well, Todd had been out hunting one morning, and I was sitting in the dining room at the computer before we moved it into the other room, and he came up the stairs. He was holding his gun and cleaning it, and he was holding his gun and a cleaning kit. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see that the gun was open. It was like a shotgun or a rifle. and he was carrying a cleaning kit. And he came over and he set the cleaning kit on the dining room table behind me and just held up the gun. Well, I could see the reflection in the computer screen that the gun was not pointed directly at my head, but I never turned around and faced him or anything at that point and didn't act like I seen him exactly what he was doing. And he held it there and he said, "I'm really sorry I have to do this." And I turned around and just looked at him and I said, "You're a jerk." And he said, "Why?" And I said, "Why would you joke around like that?" And he says, "You were so scared." And he just started laughing at me. And he had told me Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot this past year, 2006. I asked, "He told me?" And she said, "Pardon me?" And I said, "Did you say someone told you Todd was studying the Bible?" And she said, No. I said Todd had been studying the Bible pretty heavily over the past year, a lot more than he ever had before, and, well, just a lot. And he told me that in the Bible it says that a man who gets a divorce from a woman, if she should remarry after that divorce, then it's still considered, in the Bible, it's considered adultery. So that man who divorces that woman is considered just as much of a sinner because he caused that sin. And he says, "So I can't divorce you, but you can divorce me." So I told Mr. Gaggy that. Keep going?
Nope, I'm going to have you stop there. I'll have you read on line 19 down.
I asked, "So any more episodes like that in between November and when the fire occurred?" And she said, "Just a lot of little things. Like he would talk about divorce, he would talk about death, he would talk about suicide, he would talk about insurance, he would talk about moving to Canada. Just a lot of just different things."
And I'll have you read that on page 70.
When would he talk about suicide? She asked, "What do you mean when?" "Just different times. Like he'd say, 'I'd be better off dead. I'm so sick of this.'" I asked what was going on when he'd say, "I'm so sick of this." She said, "Being in debt all the time, not having energy to work on the house. You know, our house wasn't complete, and he would stay home, not go to work, not work on the house, not do anything." He didn't, this last year, he was an avid hunter before, and we always had a lot of meat, deer meat and that. And this last year, he hardly ever went hunting. He got 2 deers, and I think that's the least he got in many years. The boys wouldn't go hunting with him this year. I asked why. She said, "Just too busy with other things." And that frustrated Todd. And he would say things like, "The boys don't even enjoy hunting anymore, and I don't enjoy hunting anymore." He didn't play church basketball this year, and just a lot of different things. He just didn't. I asked, "Did you guys attend church regularly?" She said, "No."
And I'll have you stop there.
All right.
And then if you could go to page 75, at the bottom of the page, on line 24.
I asked, "What time did you wake up the morning of the fire?" She said, "Probably around 7 o'clock.
And I'll have you continue that on page 76.
"Did you have an alarm set?" She said, "No." I asked, "Were all 3 sons and Todd home when you woke up?" She said, "Yes." "Who all was awake when you woke up?" She said, "No one." I asked, "What did you do?" And just to clarify, this is the part of the examination where I go through moment by moment on the day of the fire. I want to know everything that happened so that we have a very clear timeline and we can start to verify the story. So I asked her, "What did you do?" She said, "Just puttered around about the house." I asked, "I really need to know all the puttering." She said, "I'm sorry. I'm trying to think what I did first thing. I always get up and brush my teeth right away. I got dressed. At some point that morning, I remember straightening my bathroom. Did you do any cooking? Did you do any laundry?" She said, "Not right away that day, no." I asked, "Are you a coffee gal?" She said, "No." Well, I went down to the convenience store and got some eggs, and I believe it seems like it was Smoky Links, maybe some milk. I said, "Okay, wait, when you left to go to the convenience store, was anyone else awake?" She said, "No." I asked, do you know what time that was? She said, I know it was before 10 o'clock. I asked, you went to what store? She said, the Village Marathon. I asked in Lawrence. She said, uh-huh.
I mean, stop, just jump down to line number 9.
What all did you buy there? She said, I bought some eggs, some, I believe it was Smoky Links. I think I got some milk, and I filled up my Blazer. I asked, so you did buy gas for the Blazer? And she said, yes. I asked, how much gas? Do you remember? She said, I don't remember. I think the total bill for everything combined all came to, I believe, around $20. I asked, anything else? She said, no. I asked, did you have any gas? Did you put any gas in a gas can that day? She said, no. I said, are you sure? She said, I know I didn't. And I asked, you know you did not? And she said, right.
I'll have you continue on page 78.
How long were you there? She said, not very long, just long enough to do that, just to purchase those things. I asked, what time did you get back home? She said, within minutes. We only lived 5 minutes away at the most. I asked, so you were home in 15 minutes? She said, maybe 15, 20 minutes. I was gone a total of. I asked, now what? She said, I began cooking. I asked, is there anybody awake? She said, I can't remember if Todd was awake yet or not. I know that while I was cooking, he was up, but I can't remember if he was up before then or not. I asked, did you start cooking right away? She said, as soon as I got back, yes. I asked, the eggs and sausage? She said, yes. And then I put coffee on for Todd because he is a coffee drinker. Okay. And at some point he was awake, and she said, yes. I asked, while you were cooking? She said, yes. What else happened? I told him when he came out into the kitchen, I told him I had gone down and gotten those things and told him that I used the debit card. The debit card for what bank? I asked. She said, his debit card from his business account. I asked, why did you use the debit card from his business account? She said, because I knew there was money in there. I asked, where does he have his business account? She said, it's now LaSalle Bank in Paw Paw. I asked, do you have any records of that account with you today? She said, I don't. I'm sorry. I said, can you get those for me? She said, I can try. I don't know if the bank will let me have them because my name was not on the account. Keep going?
Yes, please.
So I asked, how did you get his debit card? She said, I took it out of his wallet. I asked, was that common for you? She said, yes. And then I continued my question, or was that unusual? She said, no, it was common for me. I asked, was it common to use the business account to buy groceries? She said, yes. He would write me a check from there for different things. I would either deposit it into the joint account or cash it and use it for whatever we were supposed to use it for. I told him about other purchases I made with it over the course of the weekend, and he got pretty upset because I hadn't written them into the register yet, and the fact that I had used it a few times. So I asked, so what did you buy over the weekend with it? She said, I bought a disposable camera. I asked why. She said, my grandmother had her 90th birthday party on Saturday, and I walked off and forgot to take my digital camera. And so I grabbed a disposable so I could get some pictures of family, and I filled prescriptions at Walgreens and at Walmart on Saturday.
And I'm going to have you stop there, and I'm going to have you go to page 81. Yes.
About 5 minutes or
Oh,
so,
that's fine.
unless you're getting near the end, but I don't think you
No,
are.
so I mean, we can end at any time, Your Honor.
Want to do it now?
That would be fine. We can do it
Okay,
now if you
okay.
want, if the court would like to.
Okay. So, I don't think anyone's objecting, right? Okay. So, let me read you my admonition again.
Should I step down there?
Yes, thank you. Okay, you guys should have this memorized by now. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction as well as all of my others regarding no communications and no research or investigations or social media, things like that. I'll have you return tomorrow at 9 o'clock to the jury room, please, and I think we're still basically on schedule. Counsel, any matters to address the jury has left?
I have none, Your Honor.
Any matters? Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess. We're off. Yes, now we're off. Susan, the reason I was